Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the December 15th meeting of the Municipality of Dysart et al. On this frosty, cold December morning. The first item will be a roll call to ensure that all councillors are here. So if our clerk will do the roll call, please.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Mayor Kennedy.
Present.
Councillor McKechnie.
Present.
Councillor Smith.
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts. Councillor Wood Roberts, are you frozen there?
Present.
Perfect. Mayor Roberts.
And present. Okay, thank you. It's hard to mute and unmute quite so quickly. So the first item will be to adopt the agenda. So I will need a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda, please. And Councillor Clark and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on December 15, 2020 be approved as presented. All in favor? And that is carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Anything in planning, Councillor Donaldson, with Harcourt Park?
I already checked with Mallory, and I didn't think that there was a pecuniary interest.
Totally fine. It's not for me to remind you. I just wasn't sure because I don't have that information in front of me. So just checking. Thank you. Then we need to adopt our minutes from the regular council meeting and our public meeting. So a mover seconder for that, please. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council approves the following meeting minutes as circulated. Dysart et al. Regular Council, November 24th, and the public meeting of November 24th, 2020. All in favor? And that is carried. Next thing we have is Mayor and Deputy Mayor update, and seeing as we have an incredibly full agenda because we did not have committee of the whole this month and 5 delegations, and a county meeting later in the day, I'm going to be really short and sweet. The main thing I wanted to bring everyone up to date is our progress so far with Fleming College. Staff have reviewed some extremely preliminary plans, but just to determine the amount of property they may need for that. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and myself are going to be meeting with members of the ski club later this week to walk there and determine a best location for potential garage and rerouting of it one trail. So it's really very, very exciting. It is moving forward, but just to assure everyone that we did receive some emails this week, and it is a public process. It's been out in the public. Nothing has been hidden behind closed doors or anything like that. And when it needs to be rezoned, that will be a public process where individuals and groups may comment on the rezoning application. So there's most definitely opportunity for that, but it is quite exciting as that's going forward. As I mentioned, we have a meeting later today. It's the inaugural for the county council, where there is an election for warden this year, and that takes place at 4 p.m. today. So I'm making an assumption that our meeting will be finished in time for Deputy Mayor Kennedy and myself to log on. I also just want to remind everybody that our district health unit is in a yellow zone, as we're all well aware, but that can change at any time. Our EOC will not be meeting over the Christmas holidays unless absolutely necessary, but we don't have a meeting till the new year now. So I just caution everybody to, continue what we're doing here in Haliburton County. If our zone changes because numbers change in another area, Northumberland or City of Kawartha Lakes, we just have to have patience. So that's the way the health district units work. And so it's going to be a different Christmas. I hope Zoom doesn't crash on Christmas Day, because I have 2 scheduled Zoom family calls, and I'm cooking a turkey for 3 this year. So anyway, wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a safe Christmas. I'm going to turn that over to Deputy Mayor Kennedy to see if he has any updates.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just some quick ones. As you say, we've got a huge agenda here today. So just some notes of interest for County Council tomorrow. updates on the official plan housing target growth, which found that we are ahead in some areas and lagging in a couple of others, but overall progress is going well. A new share ride program is going to be discussed, and the company has come forward, and direction probably the staff to continue those discussions. And probably a big one here, the physician recruitment update. I've been looking forward to that, seeing some stuff locally that there has been some successes. So there'll be an update and a review of the memorandum of agreement changes that the recruiter wishes to make. Other than that, season's greetings, everybody. Looking forward to Christmas season, maybe getting some snow, make it look a little whiter, so the skiers and everybody can get out and enjoy themselves. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Pat, if there's any update on the shoreline policy.
Yeah, I can give you a quick one. We met 2 weeks ago, I guess now, and council actually went line, basically my line. The meeting was over 4 hours long, and if anybody wants to sit through that, they're more than welcome. It's on Zoom. I still have some concerns. Some people on one of the lakes here put it quite succinctly to me. It's actually, I have it posted on the wall here in front of me every time I look at shoreline protection. And they basically put it in a nutshell, and water quality and natural habitat are the foundation of the Haliburton economy. And we're writing to you today to not only put in place a shoreline preservation bylaw that is comprehensive, but still practical, also create an underlying system that permits landowners to clearly understand what is allowed, the consequences of not following that bylaw, and an efficient system that allows shoreline permits to be processed. So I've been using that as my guide and holding this bylaw up to that lens, and I still find it lacking. And I know that they're talking about a public engagement session late January, early February. We have not seen this draft from the time that the council spent with it a couple of weeks ago. So I'm looking forward to seeing what changes, if any, have been made, and we'll continue to monitor this process very, very closely. Thank you.
Yes, I'd just like to say something. I've talked to a lot of lakefront property owners in my ward in the last 9 weeks. I mean, in the last 2 weeks, 9 lakes in exactly. That's how many different lake people I've talked to. And they don't understand why the policy's being rushed through, especially in these COVID times. And they're all worried about their family's health, their own health, their jobs. And they just like to see this thing postponed until COVID is totally under control. We could have proper public meetings, and then they could also become more informed. I didn't speak to one person.
Councillor McKechnie, I appreciate what you're saying, and we can have this conversation. It's just that this is not on the agenda. So I'm going to be a stickler for sticking to the agenda today.
Well, my people wanted me to voice this opinion, so that's why
okay.
I voiced this opinion.
That's fine. It's just this is during the mayor and deputy mayor update. You asked Deputy Mayor Kennedy a question, and he was able to answer. So we will keep all of.
I just like to say one last thing. I think all councillors in all municipalities should be having communication with their lakefront property owners.
Very good. Okay, thank you for that. And don't forget to mute when you're not speaking, if you don't mind, so it doesn't pick up background noise. Councillor McKechnie, if you can just mute your thing. Councillor Smith, this is the mayor and deputy mayor update. Is it a question to myself or to Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
It is, thank you. Could I ask the question?
Quick, yes.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy, you mentioned public meeting late January, early February. So no date has been set for that yet?
No, there's been a doodle poll sent out by the planner, and I haven't had any update on that. So not just sure where that stands and what process that might take, whether it's Zoom meetings or exactly what. So we're waiting for updates, probably at the January, either committee of the whole or council. There's been no updates basically since a week after the meeting when we went through the bylaw line by line.
Okay, yeah, it was November 23rd, the meeting that the county council determined to keep that on their website. Excuse me, I haven't gone to the website to find it, but I don't think it would be that difficult. So it is recorded and there to view that 4-hour meeting, and the date has not been set yet.
People are interested in when when the meeting is going to take place.
Absolutely. We can ask them
Process they can
tomorrow.
participate.
We'll ask the planner tomorrow the results of the doodle poll. Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you, you're very welcome. And thank you, Councillor McKechnie, that's fine. Now we will move on because we have 5 delegations. So I'm going to ask the administrators if you don't mind bringing in the first delegation, which is Barb Boland and Jim Blake. Barb is the chair of the Haliburton Sculpture Forest and Jim Blake is the curator. And Barb is on the phone, so we're not going to see her lovely face this morning. And just as all the delegates are probably listening in, and Jim, I know you're very succinct in talking. We did receive quite a bit of information in our package. So I'll just going to hold everybody to their timeline. So go ahead, Jim and Barb.
Just a question. We have a PowerPoint to show here, and I'm just
Did you want to share screen?
okay. I'm seeing the function now.
Okay, so you're going to show the PowerPoint, not the. I think we've all read the letter. Well, we've all read the letter. It was included in our package. So if you want to do the.
Okay. Sorry, just give me a moment here.
Sure.
I'm seeing that Barb is still muted. I'm wondering if she's able to mute herself.
And I'm not able to see that now. So Barb, if you're listening, you can unmute, even though we can't see you today, that's fine. But you do have to do the unmute function yourself.
Now, there is a possibility that she needed to be invited as a panelist in order to participate because it's a webinar. I'm realizing that now because she called in. So we might have to get a different invite to her if she's not able to speak.
Well, I'm not. Jim, do you want to postpone your delegation and we
can wait till the the other delegations can go forward, and we can shift to the end or whenever we can
I
get
think
this
all
through.
the delegations are in the room. This may take a little bit of a technical glitch, and we really want it. I have to keep to the schedule today, like a sergeant. So, is that possible? We don't have time to wait, or do you want to go ahead without Barb? What is your decision?
Well, I don't really want to go ahead without Barb, so
That's fine. Okay, so we need to get that technical. What I'm going to ask if you can unshare your screen now, Jim.
all right.
Although it's very pretty, lots of nice pictures. Thank you. I'm going to ask if the next delegation, if Dan Manley is able to be brought into the meeting. I know the nice thing with Zoom is that they're all here in the room, not physically, but I'm hoping he's ready. And we'll just switch those two and we'll do the sculpture forest after. Hi, Dan, thanks for jumping in a bit early. We're having some technical difficulties with getting Barb Boland in for the meeting. So I hope you're able to go ahead.
Yes, yeah, no problem at all.
Great, thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Thanks very much for having me and the Art Center Foundation in. So me as representation here are the Haliburton Highlands Art Center Foundation. I won't share my screen, but I've got the presentation with me. So if you're following along, we can all see that as we go.
Great.
So the Art Center Foundation, who are we? We have myself as president, Vil Andrea is secretary, and we have 3 directors. That's Michael Clipperton, Tammy Ray, and Beth Kipping. And Beth and Tammy joined recently. So there are 5 of us on the board for this right now. A little bit of the foundation's history. We were formed in the spring of 2018 and with myself, Vil Andrea and Brent Wooten. And we got incorporated in the late 2018. And then in 2019, we had some quick growth with logo, social media, articles in some local papers. We did some introductions to some local arts groups. And we were granted charitable status by the CRA in August of 2019. So things proceeded very quickly. We were a little surprised to have gotten our charitable status so quickly. So why do we exist? Well, the idea of a new art center is not something really brand new. It's been around for a little while. Multiple arts groups have voiced the need for a larger place to perform and to be able to rehearse and do their thing, do their art, with improved facilities and more features. Sort of a quick run of what we have today, and some pictures there to kind of demonstrate what we do have. We have a number of rehearsal spaces, make do, that are spread across the county. Includes church fellowship rooms, community halls, meeting rooms in the Pinestone, the music room at the high school, a warehouse in the industrial park, and people's homes. And each of those have inconsistent and inadequate acoustics, and there's lack of equipment and accessories. People have to bring their own stands, basically truck all their own stuff around, be that amplifier, audio equipment, and whatnot. And we also have church sanctuaries for performances, and those are limited in space. And as you can see, atop there is a brass quintet performing in the church in Minden, decently tight spaced, and then the Highland Festival Singers performing in the church in Halliburton, and Melissa Stevens is conducting from the audience, basically. More of what we have today, the Northern Lights, the NLPAP stage, where the orchestra members sit and play in the wings, often the double basses, and percussion and horns are off to the side, and you can't see them. And there is limited space on the stage for larger productions like the Nutcracker. There's a lack of orchestra pit for staging musicals and operas. So oftentimes you'll have musicians off to the side in the front, right by the audience, and the conductor has to sit in the front row of the audience. There's no theatrical fly tower for scene and backdrop changes. There's limited capacity to host larger acts and big name performances. And there's a suboptimal sound system for a full movie experience. So part of our vision tries to address some of these issues. So we're looking for a main hall of 350 to 500 seats, and that would be a versatile hall that would have an orchestra pit and be able to put on both concert and theater opera performances. A black box studio with more intimate performance space of about 150 people. Flexibility is key, with various of these rooms being able to handle different functions. So it could be meetings, could be rehearsals, and then convert into a recital space. All well acoustically engineered so that everything sounds great from no matter where you sit. Latest in sound and lighting, and a lobby space with a concession and liquor service. More here as well, the acoustic, we're looking for acoustically separated or isolated rehearsal spaces so that if there is a concert one night but a local band still practices, they don't have to get kicked out of their space, and they can keep practicing and not disturb a performance that's going on. A full fly tower for scene changes and backdrops. Also looking for lecture halls, masterclass, workshop, practice rooms for educational aspects, possible arts administration spaces, a unified box office for all of this so that we can have one place online and in person where you can buy tickets for shows and see a calendar of events, and a set design shop. All right, so the case, often people have asked, why do we need an art center? Well, beyond the arts needs of larger spaces, we believe and are seeing numbers that this can drive economic growth and attract more residential occupation. More residents and more businesses. It's also supported by municipal and county cultural plans. Dysart's plan does mention a plan to have a cultural space to be built in the near future. The community has outgrown the current facilities, and we're wanting to attract larger name performances and host larger festivals. In 2020, we did a larger history of what we've been doing now in 2020 is that in January, we introduced ourselves to a larger set of arts groups. In February to March, ULinks helped us connect with Fleming College, and they did a series of studies for us. In February, we had a roundtable workshop with some community stakeholders, and Jim Blake was the moderator for that. In June, we had a successful HCDC application for LIP funding, and we were able to do some more research from that. In the summer and fall, that was some of the research applied, and we're now reviewing a report that's been created for us. And in October, we had our inaugural AGM, and our board grew from 3 to 5 people. So what's next for us? We're going to continue community outreach, which is part of our reason for being here. And we're going to be doing feasibility and business plan research and studies. Average quotes for that are about 75,000. We'd like to do this in 2021. And we're looking for, we're seeking letters of support from various stakeholder organizations and municipalities. And we'll be using those to be funding, making applications for funding with OTF, with Canadian Heritage, AMOFRA, and more. So essentially what that kind of sums up what we're doing here. We're looking to see if we can get a letter of support from Dysart. Broadly, admittedly, there aren't very many concrete details at this point because a lot of this is still in research and in early phases. But we're hoping to seek a letter of support from the municipality to be able to be included in applications for funding and granting bodies. So thank you. And if there's any questions, I'm open to questions.
Great, thank you, Dan. And I was following along with your presentation on the iPad here, and you know what? It's so exciting to see something like this, and all things start with just a seed, right? Just an idea. And I've lived in Haliburton 30 some odd years now, and I've seen many ideas take hold and come to fruition. And I really applaud you and your board, and also there's people that aren't on the board that I know are involved in that, for getting incorporated, getting your charitable status. That's incredible to have that already in place at this time, and for having such a clear vision of what you want. So it's very exciting, and I'm going to open it up to the floor for questions. Deputy Mayor Kennedy first, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thanks, Dan. I had the opportunity to meet with Dan a month or so ago. And I must admit, I was skeptical when I heard about this in the paper and, geez, an art center and blah, blah, blah. And the more I kept thinking about it, as I told Dan, I've always been trying to put my forward-looking hat on. We're talking about recreation centers. We're talking about where our communities are going to go. And it started to make more and more sense that we look at this kind of a thing. And so I encouraged Dan to come forward just to give council an update on what their plans are, where they're going, and how they're going to fit into Dysart's future. And the county future, for that matter, not just Dysart, but a county overall. So I really thank you, Dan. This is very well done today. It was excellent material for us going forward. And I wish you and everyone involved nothing but the best in the future.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Clark and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Dan. What you're proposing fits very well into what's been growing in Haliburton Village and Dysart since 1967. Fleming College was brought quite a large presence for our community with regard to our arts programming and training. And we're very much getting a reputation as the Banff of the East. And a big part of that is also areas around performing arts, as you are bringing capability to, and I applaud you for that. So great work. Anything we can do to support would be, we'd be happy to back you up. At least I am. So
Great.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks. Certainly a very thoughtful and professional presentation, Dan, and so I'd echo the congratulations on that. You said you're looking for a letter of support. Can you be a little more precise in terms of what you need there?
It's essentially, like I said, it would be pretty vague because we don't have a location set. We do have some thoughts on particular partnerships that could lead to a location chosen. But at this point, it would be more of just sort of a backing in spirit that this has community support and that it would bolster then our applications for grants. So outside, in terms of, what Councillor Clark had just said and Deputy Mayor Kennedy just said as well, of those kind of thoughts that essentially give some credence to this being, I suppose, a real project, and that it's got some merit, and that the councillors, the township sees some value in this, and that it does line up with the cultural plan, and that it's again just broad support. Yeah.
So for benefit of yourself, your organization, and getting what you need, I might make a suggestion that if you want a letter, the ideal approach might be to draft the letter that you'd prefer. Rather than us guess what it should say, if you draft a letter, we can then look at it and say, do we feel comfortable putting that on our letterhead and having the mayor or whoever sign it? And I think based on what you've heard here and the professional approach of your presentation, it's probably going to be a reasonable and balanced letter. All you're looking for at this point is some funding to investigate the potential and kind of create the basis of a business plan. Not a bad thing to do.
Yeah.
So take the lead, write the letter, and if we think it's ridiculous, we'll tell you. But if it's reasonable, we'll probably sign it based on what you've heard here, right? Thank you.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay, thank you.
That's a very good suggestion, Councillor Smith. The resolution actually just says to receive for the presentation, and because you're in such early stages, it would be difficult to craft a letter. I don't know what we're actually supporting, and we do that sort of thing all the time. Actually, I just wrote a letter of support because it wasn't for financial support whatsoever for the opera studio to apply for a Trillium Foundation grant. So I think more than happy to sign a letter. I agree with Councillor Smith. You help us craft the letter. We'll look at it. So for now, I would want a mover and seconder to acknowledge the receipt of the presentation. And we look forward to a case. I saw Councillor Clark and Councillor Donaldson, and I look forward to hearing more. As a patron of the arts, I applaud your efforts. There we go. Also, I had Councillor Clark and Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that the council acknowledges receipt of the presentation from Daniel Manley, President of the Haliburton Arts Centre Foundation, regarding their vision for an arts centre in Haliburton County. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Dan, very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Now I'm hoping we can go back to the first delegation to keep things sort of on track. And so we will be bringing Jim Blake back and Barb Boland by phone.
I think we've got her on Zoom.
We've got her on Zoom. All right. And Barb, you need to hit the unmute button and your share video if you want. Okay, so Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? It's Barb.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So thank you, Mayor Roberts and members of Dysart Municipal Council for giving us this opportunity. The Haliburton Sculpture Forest was started as a community initiative in 2000 with the support of HCDC, provincial grant and agreement by the Dysart Council to locate the sculptures within Glebe Park. It was created with the purpose to bring attention to the arts in Haliburton County and create an easily accessible and inviting way for people to experience art while they went for a walk in the woods, bringing together art, nature, and recreation. It was agreed that the Sculpture Forest Committee would be responsible for the acquisition and care of the sculptures, and the first 3 sculptures were installed in 2001. The inspiration for the Haliburton Sculpture Forest came from the Grisdale Forest, which is a large national forest in the Lakeland District of England, which I had the opportunity to go and see. It's home to 100 sculptures in really, really neat locations, and it attracts 150,000 visitors a year. When 26 acres of Glebe Park was deeded to Fleming College, a joint land use agreement was developed with the Sculpture Forest, the municipality, and the college for the placement of sculptures in the park. The Glebe Park Committee was created at this time by the municipality to give all the stakeholders involved with facilities and programming in the park a voice in its management. The Haliburton Sculpture Forest was incorporated as an independent not-for-profit in 2005, and the Sculpture Forest has been an active part of the partner within the Glebe Park Committee for 15 years, supporting, along with the other stakeholders, the development and management of the park. The Sculpture Forest Curator served as the chair of the committee for 10 years. The Sculpture Forest Board of Directors made a commitment to add at least one sculpture every year. We've been able to more than double what we thought was an ambitious goal, and as of 2020, the Sculpture Forest collection includes 37 sculptures and 6 one-of-a-kind sculptural benches created by professional Canadian and international artists. 2/3 of these have been funded through personal donations, the others through various grant programs. Since 2000, we have raised and invested over $350,000 in the acquisition of and installation of sculptures. Over the years, we've focused on the Dysart Sculpture Forest, supporting the guiding principles of the Dysart Cultural Plan by adopted by Council, which includes seeing our combined natural and cultural environments as key to the quality of place that attracts people and investment. A community in which cultural programs and activities are accessible to all parts of our community and throughout all phases of life. And culture as an integral part to planning for a sustainable community alongside social, economic, and environmental considerations. In 2001, we had no idea how popular the Sculpture Forest would become. In 2001, we had not conceived that social media would even exist, let alone carry word of this unique place around the world. This past summer and fall with COVID-19, people were motivated to find unique outdoor and cultural activities that they could experience safely. There resulted in an explosion of social media attention from people posting about their own experiences in the Sculpture Forest. This resulted in, over 4 months, a doubling of the numbers of visitors from 9,000 in 2019 to 18,000 this past summer. We estimate that for the whole year, we'll have approximately 30,000 visitors. We have a methodology for counting visitors through spot checks and calculating the average number of people per guide maps used. As a comparison, the visitation at the McMichael Gallery, major Ontario government-funded art gallery and sculpture park in Kleinburg with an annual budget of $11.5 million attracts 120,000 visitors in 12 months. Although the Sculpture Forest has become a significant tourist destination in Haliburton County, it's also served as a community resource. It has also become an important outdoor classroom for the Haliburton School of Art and Design and our local elementary schools and high school. It has been a place where local residents bring their guests, resorts send their visitors, and cottages make an annual visit. It's also provided a summer job for a local college or university student for the past 20 years. A significant number of people from the surrounding neighborhoods walk there daily, and for some of them bring their dogs. In 2018-19, the Sculpture Forest partnered with the Haliburton Village BIA to create the downtown Haliburton Sculpture Exhibit. Although that was put on hold in 2020, we hope it will be back in 2021. One of the unique attributes of the Sculpture Forest is that it captures the interest of kids and adults alike, and from people of all walks of life and from diverse cultures. If you go for a walk in mid-September or midsummer, you can hear the Sculpture Forest being enjoyed in multiple languages. Because its admission is free and the pathways are fairly smooth and wide, it's accessible both financially and physically. Here's some numbers that I want to tell you about from social media, which shows the attention being paid to the Sculpture Forest. From September 1st to November 31st, we had 701,000 views of the Sculpture Forest photographs, which have been posted by our visitors on the Haliburton Sculpture Forest Google My Business page. During that time, 5,260 people used Google Maps to find directions to the Sculpture Forest. And in the month of August alone, the reach of the Sculpture Forest Facebook page was over 100,000 people. We're also receiving provincial and national attention. It was ranked 4th in the 20 sculpture gardens to visit in Ontario, published by todocanada.ca. They had a feature story on the Sculpture Forest this September. And just so you know, To Do Canada has a daily viewership of 800,000. The Sculpture Forest was selected as the only site in Haliburton County listed in the recent published Unforgettable Ontario 100 Destinations. It's ranked by TripAdvisor as the second most popular top attraction in Haliburton. And it was chosen as the only stop in Dysart for Lisa McLeod's tour this summer. She's the Minister of Tourism, or Heritage, Sport and Culture. It was featured this summer on Blog.to with the lead, "There's a magical place in Ontario that is hailed as one of the province's best kept secrets." Blog.to has a daily viewership of 8 million. The installation of her newest sculpture was featured on CTV in Barrie and in newspapers in Barrie and Collingwood. In 2019, Dysart Tourism Information Centre report that the most two requested items were hiking maps and information about the Haliburton Sculpture Forest. All that's to say is that this growing media attention and recognition has grown the number of visitors. For 20 years, a dedicated group of volunteers on the Sculpture Forest Board money to sustain the operations of the Sculpture Forest and found donors to fund and install new sculptures. We have kept operational costs as low as possible, but this year we realized that the Sculpture Forest has hit a tipping point. The dramatic increase in the number of visitors is causing wear and tear in our pathways and impacting the soil around the sculptures. The amount of litter has increased, the amount of guide maps required has doubled, and going forward, we need to make a greater investment to maintain the site to ensure a good visitor experience. Our spot checks over the last 4 months have revealed that the Sculpture Forest has a significant number of visitors from many different cultural communities who came from the GTA just for the day to visit. And the common question is, what else is there to do in Haliburton? We're working with county tourism on ways in which we can help make these visitors aware of what else there is to do. Our board of directors has taken action to address these increased demands. We've installed more donation boxes to contribute towards upkeep. We are assembling a Friends of the Sculpture Forest group to engage the community as ambassadors for the Sculpture Forest and assist with its care. We are working with our Glebe Park partners to manage the influx of visitors. We are in process of establishing an endowment fund, which over time will provide an annual contribution, and are investigating acquiring charitable status for our organization. Although we've always sought out donors and sponsors, we are developing a more formalized process for this. We are also investing time and energy into managing our online and social media presence to coordinate with local and regional promotional efforts. We're making this request to ask the municipality for, because of the increasing demands on the site, the annual cost of running and maintaining the Sculpture Forest will increase to $32,000 a year. Anyone who's been involved in running a not-for-profit organization knows that raising money for special projects or programs is not the biggest challenge. The big challenge is in raising money for everyday costs of insurance, maintenance, and administration. Our request to the municipality is to make an annual contribution of $12,500 towards the Sculpture Forest operation. Approximately 90% of the Sculpture Forest operating budget is spent locally, and these funds go directly back into the local community. Over the past few years, Dysart has made significant investments in downtown streetscape, the skateboard park, the arena, Head Lake Park, boat launches, the town docks, all great. And we're asking for a small annual investment from the municipality to partner with us in sustaining the Sculpture Forest as a tourism and cultural attraction. And I've given you numbers for the last 4 months, and we think that we will probably see attendance reach about 30,000 this year. So thank you for listening, and I'm wondering if there's any questions.
Well, thank you, Barb, excuse me, for your presentation. And Jim was doing a fine job clicking and keeping up with you on the slide deck. Good job there, Jim. I can attest to being one of those neighbors who walk through there daily. And I also saw the neighborhood cat, which I think Deputy Mayor Kennedy recognized, that walks through there as well. And to see the increased numbers, particularly since COVID hit, this year has totally exploded. So what I'm going to ask councillors to do, we're not going to, this will be received. It will be discussed as a request during our budget. So we don't need to sort of debate that, but I think if we ask further questions or clarification from either Jim or Barb, that's what we can do today. So I'll open the floor. Councillor Clark.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. There was a recent announcement about $350,000 that's supposed to be going towards tourism initiatives in Eastern Ontario. I imagine that's probably through the road or whatever which is probably, we've got representation from the county level on. Would support for the sculpture forest fall under that, I guess is my question, and that might be something that yourself or Pat maybe need to take to the county council to see if we can access an ongoing stream of funds that way. Thank you.
Jim or Barb, did you want to comment on that? Jim, don't forget to unmute. Jim? Jim?
It wasn't really clear, Councillor Clark, in terms of exactly how the funding was being allocated. My feeling is that it's actually the operating budget for the Ontario Highlands Tourism Organization. I think that's what the money is. But
Yes, I think so.
The Sculpture Force has been able to access a small grant from OTO to help with digital marketing for $2,500 this winter.
So any further questions, Councillor Smith?
Thanks. I just questions you, Madam Mayor. The group is suggesting they'd like $12,500 as an annual grant. So you're looking for this to be something that's funding in perpetuity, or is this kind of for a 1 or 2 year peak, or can you provide a little bit better clarity there?
Ongoing funding, Councillor Smith.
Ongoing funding, so forever and ever.
Yes.
Okay, and I noticed in the little financial breakdown you gave us that left me wondering if there might be some opportunities for what I'll call in-kind support as opposed to pure dollars. For example, you had insurance in your expenses of $1,750. Given you're located in a public park, I wasn't sure what the insurance might be for.
Yes. Sorry, Councillor Smith, the municipality requires us to have insurance.
Okay, that's related to your activities and the liability policy.
That's right.
And what about the landscaping and maintenance of $5,000? Again, is that something that might be done on an in-kind basis, or is there something unique about your requirements there?
Certainly we have a lot of in-kind already from a lot of folks. If you've been walking through there this summer, you'll notice that the site has degraded fairly seriously from the thousands of footprints there. So it's an ongoing process. There's a number of stairs, a number of things which sometimes you need to have professionals doing it. But we certainly have used stewardship rangers when they were available, other volunteers, and other landscaping companies have contributed time as well. But we want to make sure that the pathways are safe and accessible.
Thank you.
Good questions to see. And I also wondered with the in-kind and some of the work, for instance, that maybe our municipal staff have the product and the time to do that, so that could lessen those costs, as well as the fact that the ask is 12.5, but maybe we can discuss if there's an opportunity to, it's not an all or nothing, maybe there's some middle ground to help support in some way. And I'd also wondered if you would put in a request to the county. I know this sits in Dysart, but it is the number, certainly is bringing people to the county. So maybe it's an opportunity to put in a request to the county as well. So if we have further questions prior to our budget meeting, I would let councillors contact Jim or Barb directly if they have questions after this. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Thank you. Both you and Councillor Smith have hit on the 2 out of the 3 that I had listed, and the one that I was going to ask Jim and Barb about was the summer student cost of $9,000. Is that something that Dysart could look at corporately for you rather than going through the Sculpture Forest if we were to look at alternate funding mechanisms?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If you'll notice on the revenue side, there is a grant there from Young Canada Works, which we've been successful in getting low these 20 years. And it pays for at least 75% of the cost of the student. So, but there's the other 25% that needs to be covered. It is remarkable. We've been able to hire a student every summer for the last 20 years.
Yes. Thank you, Jim.
And also, Barb, you mentioned your donation boxes and that they've been successful. So maybe there's other opportunities to seek individual donations, as similar to the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust in Barnum Creek and the explosion of people enjoying that, but not realizing, buy an acre or you don't, just put the toonie or the $5 bill in the donation box, but you can actually donate online as well, more. And if you do it through the municipality of Dysart, I believe that's how you get your tax receipt. Is that correct?
That's right. That's what we do for larger donations.
Yes. But there may be somebody out there listening and just want to support an operating cost, and any donations, I'll have to ask the treasurer. I'm not sure if it's $50. I'll just ask you, Barbara, what's the minimum that we give a tax receipt for?
Yeah, $50.
50. Okay. So someone wants to make 50, make a donation. Councillor Smith?
Oh, we're going to go broader on this. I wanted to highlight that of the $32,000 in the proposed spend for the organization, the proposal has 59% of that coming from taxpayers, between the 12,000 requested here and the money they already get for a summer student. But it was Grisdale Forest in England that you referenced. Worth noting that there they actually charge for people to park. They collect £8 per day. That'll work out to probably about $14 from each person that shows up in a car. And they sell annual memberships for £45, about $75. So there are, some creative approaches that, others use to draw more pocket change, if you like, out of the 30,000 attendees.
Thank
Right,
you.
we use the public parking lots, the college parking lot and the municipal parking lot, but people come and there is no charge for that. We've always held it as a value that the sculpture forest is free. And I certainly would hate to see that change.
Yeah, good points. And Barb, I hadn't realized how much the McMichael Gallery gets from the federal government. The other option that just tossing through my head, but I don't want to take up more time, is that the sculpture forest, are you incorporated as an entity? And
Yes.
Yes. So is it possible to become like a class of considered a museum or a cultural center, even though it's all outdoors, and dip into some of those Canadian fund dollars that might be out there, or more provincial funding, other than just for students, for just general operating, like the McMichael Gallery? So
it's certainly a possibility. We've looked at that over the years. One of the tricks is because it has no facility. So it's an outdoor gallery, and it doesn't have any full-time staff. So those are often criteria for ongoing operating funding. But we're constantly looking at that. Once you reach a certain level, then they start looking at you in different ways. Yeah, the McMichael Gallery gets over $3 million a year from the provincial government.
great. Okay, well, again, just if you were listening into our previous delegation, as we switched you two around, and I said to Dan Manley, it starts with the seed of an idea and a group of people who have a passion and a vision. And so Dan's is planting the seed with Dysart Council today. You guys are showing us what can happen 20 years later. So it's really exciting. Thank you, Barb and Jim, for all you do. And it's very popular, and we will consider that and have a discussion on your request at our January 8th next budget meeting. So
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Right.
I need a resolution for the to acknowledge the receipt of the request. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the request for an annual contribution of $12,500 towards the Haliburton Sculpture Forest operation. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you so much. So our next delegation we will bring in two, which is Mr. Brian Basterfield and Michelle Leeson from Basterfields and Associates. And this is our Head Lake Rotary Park Master Plan, which is pretty exciting to see. And we'll just wait a sec till Lori and Alyssa click away and bring them into the room. I see, hi Brian, you are welcome to unmute yourself. And I believe there's Michelle coming in. And as well, she can unmute. And no further introduction, I will turn it over to you. I'm assuming, are you going to be able to do the share screen?
Yes, I will. I have a PowerPoint presentation to go along with this.
Okay, you have the floor.
But before we get into that, I just want to thank you for inviting us to this council meeting and sharing about 14 months worth of effort to prepare a master plan for Head Lake Park. Before I get rolling with the presentation, there's one thing I want to make very clear about what a master plan really is. And a master plan is a blueprint for development moving forward. It is a series of strategies to move forward with changes to, in this case, a park. And it's a very coarse-grained level of design. In other words, it solves circulation issues, placement of features, but it doesn't zero in on a lot of detail. And in the typical design process, the master plan would come first. And then as funds come forward, because this is certainly not a project that will happen in one construction year, but as opportunities for change in the park moves forward, this plan can be used as a reference document to ensure that the park hangs together at the end of all the changes that a park goes through in the future. And really what you're doing is ensuring that the ideas of today and the vision for tomorrow is followed through using this plan as a reference document. So I would like to just share my screen here and get into the PowerPoint, and then we can follow up with some questions. Share screen. Why is my share? Can you all see my screen before I flip to?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay. So there we are. The park as we see it right today, with the path system and playground in the center. I don't need to talk too much about the existing conditions because I'm sure you're all very familiar with your park, which is very much a jewel in the heart of a downtown. You're very lucky to have a piece of green space like this so attached to your downtown. Before we start off again, I'd like to just go through a bit of the background. We did a stakeholders workshop about 13 months ago. And that was a workshop that invited stakeholders within the community. I think there were up to about 50 invited. I'm not sure. I know for sure we had about 30 attendees at the first workshop. And that workshop was to find out what is important to stakeholders who use the park, rent space in the park, occupy events in the park. And so I'd like to just go through the summary results of that workshop. And we started off with a series of a little bit of background on the park, existing conditions, and then we asked some questions of the people. And the first question we asked was, what are the top 3 features that you value most in the park? And those came out as diversity of activities, pathways and trails, open space and natural areas, and the band shell. The second question we asked was, are there any features that should be added to the park? Visitor center with flush toilets was one of the top items, and of course that's happening right now. Shade Shelter and trees were suggested, shelters as structures or pavilions, a splash pad, and signage, and security came up, but of course we try and design for security, but that is more of an administrative comment. The third question was, are there any places or things or activities that need improvement or repair? And overwhelmingly, drainage to eliminate pooling. Everyone knows that if you have an event down there and the weather is not good, there are issues with settlement. Upgrade, repair all pathways, repair bridges, upgrade or repair the fountain, flower bed placement at center of path. A lot of people really appreciated the pathway with the raised flower beds because it felt like a welcoming approach to the park, but also recognized that that could be improved. Accessibility, the playground, bandshell, pathways to the washrooms, etc. And washrooms, tennis courts, improvements, and again, a bit of a operations thing, enforce the no smoking. And the last question was, what do you like least about the park? Because these are things we need to know as we move forward in the design. And those were poor drainage, again, condition of washrooms, location of the caboose. The caboose seemed like it was disconnected from the parkland, which it is. Lack of signage and maintenance within the park. So those answers to those questions, our analysis of the existing conditions of the park set us out in a direction to start designing the park. So I just have to minimize the window. There we go. There we go. So this is the overall conceptual plan, and I won't dwell too much on this because it's difficult for everyone to see in detail, but I am going to break it out into a few areas. But you can see more or less 4 broad areas, what we're calling the common green. Can everybody see my cursor as well? I just want to make sure.
I believe so, yep.
Okay, so the common green area, the formal approach into the park from the downtown, entertainment area, and active recreation area. And that pretty much divides up the broad uses of the park space. And I'm going to start going through some of the areas, if I could. Oh, there we go. So up in the northwest corner of the site, where the beach is, I'm going to go through these highlighted areas that are circled in orange, and I'll go through each of those fairly quickly. The beach area, I mean, it's a great asset to the community, and I think we really focused here on creating an accessible walkway as close to the water as we can, resolving the drainage that more or less floods across the beach at various times from the parking lot area, where the kayak racks would be located, and establishing some shade, a beach area. And we all recognize from a public health standpoint that shade is very important. And so we felt it important to send some trees along the back side of the beach area for shade opportunities. The second area is a new splash pad. And I'll mention right off the top that typically many splash pads are more closely related to playgrounds. And the reason the splash pad is up here is because you've got very poor soil conditions in the south end of the park. And that would create real problems for the mechanical system, the concrete pad of a splash pad. So we've pushed it up as far north where we think there's safe underground stability. The third area, and this is kind of, this will carry on throughout as a theme throughout the park presentation, but tree planting, we see the opportunity with new path systems and existing path systems to create a tree-lined park experience, which really doesn't exist right now. Creates a very comfortable space, shade as you're walking as the trees start to mature. And at some point, the canopy becomes an overhead canopy and just really creates a beautiful park experience. Down at the south end, an off-leash dog park. This would be a fenced area, but what we are suggesting is that it would have a large double gated system so that if there are activities, and I know that there's I forget the real name of it, but a polar plunge that occurs in this area, that gate system could be opened up to allow that area of the park to be utilized. And finally on this slide, the beach improvements. You have a tiny, small little beach there relative to the larger beach. I was actually walking by it and didn't even really know it existed when we were doing the analysis. And really what we're suggesting here is just to do some improvements to announce it as a second but small beach area. And that would be extending some concrete paving from the pathway towards the beach, refreshing the beach and enlarging it if you could, and provide a semicircular garden space with perhaps a pollinator garden backing into the parkland space and backing the beach itself. Moving south from that area across the existing bridge, if you will, we have the outdoor stage area, and really not a lot has changed to that except providing some really good accessibility strategies for this. And those include a circular walkway that really is developed around the raised area, the viewing area of the stage itself. A front apron area at the front of the stage, and this is, whoops, why did that switch back? I have a very sensitive mouse this morning. A concrete area at the front of the stage, so those who require wheelchair access can approach the stage. If they are just going for a walk, they can loop around and appreciate the water edge of the park. We're also suggested a set of stairs coming up from this main walkway from the visitor center to the viewing area. Number 7 is the bridge crossing and north pathway, and we're suggesting a new bridge go in here. I think the current bridge is at the end of its life. And when that happens, I think there's a good opportunity here to put in a new bridge that is wide enough for parks vehicles to travel across it for maintenance purposes, because really effectively you have two parks that are divided by a river, and they need a bridge to get across that. Number 8 is in the location of the existing water feature or fountain. And we're suggesting a reconstruction of the water feature on a couple of fronts. It's very obvious that it is leaning because of soil conditions. So I think the mass and the weight of that water feature needs to be lightened up a little bit, not necessarily completely changed, but altered in some way, respecting the original installation. We also need to consider public health requirements and the standing water around it. So some improvements needed to that, and maybe a revisioning of it in some way that would send us towards considering the milling theme as part of the redesign for the park. Mills relied on water, so I'm sure there's something that could be brought forward that would help support that. Area 9, which is this large, I'm going to call it formal park space because of its symmetry and its shape here. But essentially, this is the space that now organizes opportunities for about 40 to 60 vendor tents. The pathway system is wide enough, 3 meters plus, plus corners that vehicles can actually get to their tent space, unload, perhaps park their vehicle at the back here. And essentially it's an arrival piece of the park that visually for when there's no events occurring, visually will be a great arrival into the park. And it also accommodates those events that require vendor tents. One of the key attributes of this is regrading it and using a reinforced turf system, which we anticipate would be under the walkways and out beyond the walkways where the possible tent locations would be. This would give strength to the soil, allow grass to grow, and avoid the settlement problems, the sinking of tires in the grass, etc. Going to move to the next slide here. I'm not touching on every point because I do recognize that time is not on your side.
I've got 2 more delegations, so I'm going to ask you. Plus, this isn't our first look at it, so it just I so appreciate it. So important, Brian. I'm not trying to hurt you, but yeah.
No, I understand. The main entrance and staging area really is across the whole front of that formal park area. Attracts people from both the existing parking lot, the downtown area, and from York Street as they walk along York Street, and provides an entrance into the park. Control bollards, flagpoles, banners, similar to what's up at the Cenotaph Park. And it creates a really positive link to the new visitor center and actually brings the visitor center and the caboose into the park, or the park out to the visitor center and caboose, whichever way you want to look at it. And it forms a great staging area for when there's major events that have to occur. Again, to the north, but to the east side of the north end of the park, parking lot improvements that would include new curbing around the existing park, curbing and creation of some parking islands to just help organize the parking. Everyone knows that parking islands allow you to, when there's snow on the ground or the paint's worn off, to allow people to park in an organized fashion and maximize the parking capabilities. There's a new North End park system that connects to various portions of the park, and new landscape improvements that we're suggesting in the open lawn area adjacent to the apartments. And those could be anything from simple tree planting to community gardens, if there was interest in this apartment complex or within the community to have community gardens. Or it could be an area where there's some edible fruit trees that could be planted. The new bridge. So we have suggested a new bridge in this location. And the reason we want to do that is to facilitate better access from north and south, from parking directly into the south portion. It creates a loop system, a much better loop system, and just improves general circulation as it relates to people's desire lines to move through both north and south portions of the park. We've also suggested that this path system connect right out to Victoria Street and create a formal entrance, and that we keep the naturalization plantings along the corridor of the river. They're serving a great purpose right now, and I think people do appreciate them for their value of keeping geese out of the park and the pollinator aspect of them. Moving to the south, the central green area. I'm not sure whether you can see it on your photos, but if you follow my cursor, that's the existing path, and this is the existing path. And we're suggesting removing the large berm space, consolidating those 2 paths into one that's moved closer to the library. This is a large circular area that can take on various events, or just if someone wants to throw a Frisbee around or play catch. The open space is there for that. Large tents can go into this space as well. And we do see that this circular path system be similarly treated to the formal area where there's reinforced turf out from the pathway out into the central area. So new tents, not new tents, so vendor spaces and tents could spill out into this area as well. The Library Park Plaza, this is a new feature, if you will, and we've deliberately brought the path system as close as we can to the library to create a really strong visual and physical connection between the backside of the library and the park. This keeps eyes on the park in terms of loitering and activity, but it also creates a really nice library patio where reading sessions can occur or people can just enjoy the view of the park itself. And then just moving to the last area, the playground space, which is very close to existing location, not exactly, but it is formalized in terms of, we have a walkway system now that runs around the perimeter of it, creates good access into the park, seating area and bench areas for viewing into the play area, and a shade structure across the pathway from that. And then finally, I just want to mention the Rails End, the frontage of the Rails End building. We've deliberately not shown trees across the frontage of that so that structure is celebrated. New gardens across the front of the stone wall. And this is also a great location where there could be some interpretive panel associated with the railway history. And that wraps up the presentation. I'm going to I can either toggle back to the overall park plan, or we can go into a face-to-face.
I think we'll do that, Brian, so you can sort of unshare your screen or whichever. And this isn't the first time that council's now, this is the final time that we're seeing the plan, the actual plan. And I want to thank you and Michelle for all the work that you have done. But what I like about this is that it's a community plan. This was done with stakeholder input of all those groups and people that use the park. And so, you know, this will be a plan that will probably take years to actually achieve, but it is that, as you refer to it, as a blueprint. So as council moves forward, as funds become available, as projects deem important, we're able to say, oh, well, and we refer back to the plan. So we're not just doing whatever we want, whenever we want, or doing nothing either. It actually does push us at that. That's not a good option either. It was done because we addressed, as you said, the concerns before. So I'm not sure, because we have looked at this before, this is the final draft, if there are any further questions or comments. Councillor Smith?
Thank you. Again, appreciate the presentation. There's a couple of points that came up from going over, and you highlighted again today, one of the concerns that had been raised is the location of the caboose. Your diagrams show it's still there. Is part of your master plan keeping the caboose where it is? Is that your recommendation?
Yes, it would be. I think now that the visitor center is located beside it, I think it has purpose and connection to the park. And I think the caboose could be used in concert with the visitor center really effectively.
Great. Well, as a railway buff, I appreciate that. Thank you. The second thing that you didn't mention today, but it's in your presentation, was the importing of clean beach sand for the beach. And I'm not an expert in it, but I wondered about the environmental impact of bringing in, you know, what I'll call imported beach sand.
Well, you can only bring it in unless you have a permit. You can only bring it in to the high water mark. So it's really to just create a comfortable beach surface for people to stretch out on, to, heaven forbid, sunbathe on it or sit on their blankets. It wasn't a suggestion to go out into the water.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Clark.
Yes, thank you to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Brian. That's a very comprehensive strategy and plan that you've laid out, and the consultation is much appreciated. There's a lot of quite a number of initiatives that are going to have to happen. I guess our next step, or develop our next steps then, is to kind of figure out what should happen and what sequence to get best spend for our dollar and ensure that we don't have to redo some parts if we get ahead of ourselves. So is there going to be further consultation then with regard to what should happen when, or where do we go from here?
No, there won't be further consultation under our umbrella of the project about sequencing of the park. I think what's really important to know is that municipal budgets are tight, as you all know, and when funding opportunities arise, you have to take advantage of them. And so whether that's through a service club or through the government, provincially or federally, those tend to trigger projects, and those tend to be the way forward with the project. Now, if the municipality is in a position that they want to move forward with some improvements, and they're not being pushed through a funding program, then careful consideration needs to be made about the sequencing of it. And I think you would start by determining what the project area is, engage a design consultant to do the detailed design, and during that detailed design they sort out what can and can't be done of that particular aspect of the park so that it doesn't interfere with future development. It can be very complicated, but it can be very simple, particularly if a funding opportunity lands in your lap.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so thank you very much for that, and appreciate, like I say, all your work, and I appreciate all the stakeholders that were involved, the different service clubs and organizations and library, etc. People that were involved in the stakeholder group who really took this process, who helped make this process successful. So
they were instrumental in the project for sure.
It was great. So mover seconder, please, to receive this master plan. Councillor Clark, Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the presentation of the Head Lake and Rotary Park Master Plan by Basterfield and Associates Incorporated. All in favor? And that's carried. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
So just going to remind council, we're a little bit behind, and the delegates that are waiting in the wings and listening in on our meeting. We'll go to Rails End next, and there is one further one after that by Mr. Hayes. So I hope we're not messing with your schedule. It's hard to keep things too close, but we will bring Lori Jones into the meeting, and we have received some information in our package. There's Lori coming in just now. And just unmute, Lori. Thank you for just find you unmute. I know glasses on, glasses off. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
You are.
I don't know.
You're good to go.
Can you see me?
Yeah, but you want to sit back. There you go.
Okay.
No, I'm only kidding. Okay, go ahead.
I'm standing up. Very interesting. I've got a lot of glare here because I'm in the window, and now the sun has just come up over the hill. So,
oh, beautiful.
I guess I should be looking all sun struck. So thank you very much. I'm going to take these earphones off. I've been listening intently to Brian, thinking how great it is to be part of that plan.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I want to thank everybody. I don't have a slide deck or anything like that, but thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. And unlike my normal self, I actually have notes to speak from. The team at our community-based art center, Rails End Gallery and Art Center, includes 3 to 4 staff. We have an admin assistant, Michelle St. Pierre, and 1 or 2 summer students, and me. I'm the executive director and the curator. Our board of directors, they focus on governance, policies, and also holding the vision of being an organization that supports human connection and inclusion through the creative arts. Our board members are Marguerite Easby, hello, Marguerite, if you're listening somewhere out there, our president, Jackie Wells, our vice president, Dagmar Bocher, secretary, Donna McCallum, Janet Trull, and Suzanne James, our past president, and together with Larry Clark, who's our municipal representative. We present programming year-round, including art exhibitions, concerts, festivals, big festivals in the park, hence the park interest, I think, literary readings, book launches, family programming, music lessons, drum circles, community outreach through the creative arts of all types, including music, school projects, a gallery shop where regional artists present their work at a great commission rate of 30%. And we have a healthy online presence consisting of direct email to our members and followers, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, and if I do say so, a super website. We've been used as an example of a good website by Haliburton County Tourism. So we're very pleased with that. I want to thank Barb for all her stats. And we have good stats too. You can look the stats up if you'd like, or I'd be happy to provide them on the online readership and viewership. Been a big learning curve for us over the past 10 years. Rails End is a member of Galleries Ontario, Craft Ontario, Arts Council Haliburton Highlands, and the Ontario Museums Association. I mention that because their membership comprises both galleries and museum. Now, we're not a collecting institution, but we do take advantage of all the resources that the organizations provide to institutions at our operating level, which is actually quite small. And they're great to have as a resource. We tell the story of Haliburton's landmark rail station from transportation hub to cultural hub in our York Street interpretive panel, which we created a few years ago with HCDC support. It's so fun to see people look at that and then come in. And I know that these interpretive panels we're talking about really do work, and they help to create a sense of community pride. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. We also do it on a daily basis, of course, with all of our programming. In 2020, our summer student, Jessica Byers, created some online content for us, which you'll find on our website and our YouTube station. We're really excited about the opportunities that the new Head Lake Park plan presents for us to become an important focal point for the park and to expand our audience, to improve logistics for our outdoor events, which have, I must say, been a challenge to organize, particularly in certain weather conditions and with rising water levels. Just as a reminder, our festivals are Haliburton Art and Craft Festival, Haliburton Drum Fest, and Trash and Treasures. And I don't need to remind you that they were all canceled this year, which was a huge blow to us financially, and something that hit the board of directors and me pretty hard in March. When it took hold, a committee of the board was working on our next 5-year strategic plan. And we really had to do an about face. And now we're working from an interim COVID plan. It has very clear measurables and goals, and it relates a lot to social media. I think we figured out quite early, and I did certainly from talking to other museums and galleries across North America, that we all needed to get with the program and try new things, not to be afraid. It's okay if you don't do it perfect, just do something. And our plan is related to those things. It's realistic, and it helps keep our eye on the ball. And I think that's one of the important messages I want to say before I go straight to our ask, which is the ball is our mission. Rails End Gallery and Art Center supports human connection and belonging through arts engagement. And we create shared experience in public spaces. And that's what drives all of us. It drives the volunteers. I think it drives my board of directors. And it certainly drives many of the members in the gallery community and also the supporters. We've been really lucky to have a little bit of an uptick in the number of donations that came in to Rails End Gallery this year, but it is a small proportion of the income that we derive. Anyway, so what we're asking for, we would like the township to continue to provide us with $50,000 a year towards our expenses. That is a portion of our expenses. Last fiscal year, our expenses were $181,000. Approximately half of that is to do with staffing, and the balance, that money comes in a lot from our events. So we're in a bit of a pinch here. The other thing we're asking is for the township to alter, I guess I would say, alter the term of our lease and to start to pay the hydro and the propane for this institution, for this building. It's really poorly insulated. I think that Rails End Board of Directors and myself have done just about everything we can do to make it warmer in here. And it's a bit of a joke, but the staff, we can stay in the office and take our coats off and put on a heater. And when the public comes in, it's okay because they're wearing coats in the wintertime. But it really doesn't help us with our programming. And we'd like to do more community programming where people can take their coats off and be comfortable inside in the winter. So those bills do come in with the name of the municipality of Dysart on them. And so perhaps we could work something out. It should be about a 12.5% increase over and above the $50,000. And if we all work together, I think we can bring that number down, but it requires a little bit of padding on the building. The other thing I'm asking for is for a professional building inspection to be done, a condition report to be done on this building, so that we have a very clear understanding of what the timelines are for repairs that are needed and some approximate cost estimates. Because I think with what Rails End can do through our associations that we're members of and through our access to various levels of government funding and what the township can do, we could actually really improve the energy efficiency on this building. And of course, I understand that the roof is something that you will be talking about. And as people who work in construction know, if the roof is not secure, nothing else is. So I appreciate anything that can be done about the roof. And I think that's about it. If anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I wish I could see you all, and but I can't, so.
See us on Zoom.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, I can't see you on Zoom. I just.
Oh, because of your reflection. Okay, well, I can see you. You look great. You're glowing.
That's what I want.
The theme of this morning, just one sec, Councillor Clark, the theme of this morning's delegation so far, arts and culture are alive and well in Dysart, actually alive and busy, but need help, I should say. And particularly due to some COVID. So again, the actual request will be discussed at our budget meeting. Yes. So we have an acknowledgement of your receipt of your request, but I want to turn it over to Councillor Clark and see if he has further comments as the board rep.
Yeah, just to support what Lori is saying, and for our overall council consideration, Rails End Gallery is a partner with our township. The program they do aligns with our Parks and Recreation. Their programming it will ensures we've got a very, very good use of the park. It helps raise the profile of our community, and there's a business case, very substantial business case around the value that Rails End brings to the businesses and to the quality of life in our community. And it ties very much in with what the earlier presentations are, as you've just referred to, Madam Mayor. The stuff with regard to the sculpture forest, the arts community, all ties in with Fleming and the I guess the identity that the village of Haliburton and Dysart and Haliburton County is developing throughout the province and throughout the country and the world, actually. As Jim Blake had identified, we get international visitors, and they're looking towards arts and how they can interact with our community and enjoy our community and spend money in our community. And these are all things that are very key to our success and our ongoing growth. our health in terms of both our community members and bringing in people to appreciate what we appreciate by living here. Anyways, I don't think what Lori is asking for is unreasonable. It's been a very challenging year for just about anybody who has to rely on foot traffic. I think we'd be in a position to maybe look at this further down the road if our park improvements enable the Rails and Gallery to become a huge financial success. I imagine we could reevaluate. But at this point in time, we have to support our partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and for that. And I just want to check with Barbara, our treasurer, to see if where that building fits into the asset management plan, and if you can answer that.
So yes, that building there would be considered in the facilities assessment review, and we'll get some more information when the final asset management plan is presented.
And will that be, is that what Lori's referring to, which is like a full building inspection, a condition report?
So the condition report is part of the asset management plan, was at a top level. What is referred to in the presentation today would be a bit of a deeper dive.
Okay, so a bit of both. Councillor Smith, question?
Thanks. You've touched on it there in terms of the the deeper dive, maybe something we might even want to do before we make a investment in the roof. There's $30,000 is budgeted for that, and to do that without really understanding, I think Lori raises a great point there. What is the condition of a roughly 100-year-old railway station? I had a question specific for Lori, though. I think the boxcar outside of the Rails End Gallery belongs to the gallery.
Well, I think it belongs to the municipality, actually.
Okay.
But yeah, we use the boxcar. It's effectively our cellar.
Okay.
Because we can't stand up in the cellar here. So that's where we store the materials that we use for our festivals. So the fencing, the tables, the 20 tables or 25 tables, the tents, the umbrellas, those kind of things. Yeah. So that's
the maintenance of the maintenance.
Yeah.
The maintenance of the boxcar then is up to the municipality. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not delineated in any document, to my knowledge. I have had when we cleaned it out, because there was a lot of excess, some garbage that was still left over from the move when the building was lifted and moved over. That was 2 years ago. We did have municipal staff come, and I identified what was to go to the transfer station, and so they took it away. So there's a lot of there's some objects from the railway days that are inside it, ladders that have been cut off the boxcar because children were climbing up onto the top and jumping onto the roof. So they've been cut off and put in there, but they could be, they're intact.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Lori, and Larry also for chiming in there for your presentation. And again, that request will be discussed at our January 8th meeting.
Thank you all very much.
Oh, I have a resolution to receive your correspondence. So a mover, seconder, Councillor Clark, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Lori Jones regarding the 2021 funding request for the Rails End Gallery and Arts Centre. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Okay, so waiting in the wings, we have one more delegation that is not about arts and culture, but about a property. So I will bring Mr. Hayes into the meeting. And we're also going to bring our Director of Planning and our Senior Planner. So after this delegation, we will take a break, and then it is the first item in the planning and land information agenda. So we have Mr. Hayes. Hello, welcome to Dysart.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Madam Mayor, for having me today. And hello, everyone. It's been an impressive meeting so far. It's nice to see that the arts certainly are alive and well. And boy, the new park looks terrific. Just as a quick background, I'm Tom Hayes. I've spent the last 35 plus years in television news with anchorman reporter, CTV News, most currently with Global News. We bought our cottage in Harcourt Park in 2003. My wife, my two daughters. It's an original cottage dating back to I think it's late 50s, early 60s. And we're at a point now, I guess 17 years later, where it needs reconstruction. So the front pillars are leaning dramatically. I've had a foundation company take a look at it a couple summers ago. They tell me in order to do this properly, the cottage needs to be removed. So that's what brings us to the reconstruction stage. And I've been dealing with Jeff along the way quite a bit, Tammy as well too, just sort of firing questions as to what the process is, where the starting line is, and that's where I ended up with the application for the shoreline allowance, because I was told by Jeff that before we start anything, well, first I had a survey done, and then I applied for the shoreline. And then I understand last time there were a few questions about my septic bed and the outline of our initial thoughts about what we'd like to do. And I guess that brings us to this meeting here today.
Yes, and thank you for your introduction. And so one of the reasons we often approve people purchasing the shore road quite often, but in this case, as we move through not just Dysart but the county to protect the shoreline, we are not there yet with our shoreline preservation bylaw, but it got asked, because your property sits particularly close to the water, was there any opportunity to move that back? We didn't know the lay of the land, if it's flat or a slope or whichever. So in your letter that we've received at council, it does explain the limitations of being able to move any further back. So what I think I'll do is just see if there's comment from Jeff or Chris at this point.
Maybe, would you mind if I just jump in?
Oh, absolutely.
So I just want to be clear that what we're trying to do is build something that works with the park. We love the park. We love what the park is about. So it's certainly not our wish to go any wider or any closer. We've even got a 5-foot deck on the front that we're eliminating and taking that away. I have no interest in redoing that. We're going to clear the footings, which are a mess underneath, and replant there and whatnot. Our idea is to sort of stay or to rebuild with respect to the park, just by simply popping back, I'm going to say 4 meters or 13 feet behind us, which, from the lake, you won't see, I guess. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Jeff, did you want to comment?
Yes, thank you. First off, staff can certainly appreciate some of the difficulties developing on some lots within the Haliburton Highlands. But staff do have some concerns with the proposed development. The proposed reconstruction of the dwelling does not appear to comply with section 3.19 of our zoning bylaw. This section basically states that the area of encroachment and structure height of a dwelling that's within 10 meters of the lake cannot be increased. Based on the information provided, it appears that is happening, that the height is going up and perhaps the area of encroachment is also increasing. And just for a bit of context, section 3.19 of the zoning bylaw, which is based on planning policy, like the official plan, is designed to recognize the existing and historic developments within the water setbacks, such as the existing dwelling of Mr. Hayes, but also to regulate the redevelopment of these buildings and to prevent overdevelopment on our shorelines. This is to ensure long-term lake health, shoreline vegetation is retained, and that their ecological function is consistent or kept. So based on that, I question whether the proposal to purchase the shore road allowance complies with section 3.2.7 of the official plan. This is the section of the official plan that gives the direction and criteria to council when considering the sale of a road allowance. In the context of legal non-complying buildings, this section of the official plan states that any building or structure that was clearly constructed prior to July 11th, 1977, and has been assessed for tax purposes will be permitted, subject to compliance with section 3.19 of the zoning bylaw. So the existing dwelling, it was first assessed in 1964 and meets this criteria. Therefore, its location is recognized or permitted. However, as mentioned, the proposed development does not appear to comply with that section of the bylaw, which is one of the criteria outlined in the official plan. So, and based on this information, staff are of the opinion that the proposal doesn't comply with the official plan, and recommend that either council defer or deny their decision until they receive an updated proposal that complies with the zoning bylaw.
So we will actually be having this on the planning agenda. So we're at this point, just because we have Mr. Hayes in the meeting room with us, it's really sort of questions or clarification to him. At the same time, though, we have sold the shore road allowance before with structures, cottages that are encroaching if they met the criteria. I think the question that when it came to council before was about the possibility of moving it farther back. And it appears that there's, in Mr. Hayes's letter, there's quite a steep slope going up. And if he went any further back, he would be into the maybe unsettling the stability of the septic system. So I don't think that it would be, well, we'll see what other people think. We have certainly sold shore road in the past where this has been allowed. So I'll see if there's any further questions to Mr. Hayes. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Hayes, did you put the new septic bed in?
I did. So when the park was going through all the cottages and demanding that all systems be upgraded, and ours did need to be upgraded. It was, I believe, 4 years ago, we put a new septic in, a full septic, and it was put in pretty much the only flat part of the lot, which is up behind us, just off to the side a little bit. And the concern about going back, as Madam Mayor said, is sort of eating into that support system of that septic system. But it's a full septic system, and it was put in 4 years ago.
But it's new. But you know, when I look at the diagrams provided here, and I haven't personally visited your lot, but when I look at the diagrams provided, and even the photographs, it suggests that your lot is probably about 120 maybe meters deep from the
So officially, I think it's around that deep, but I have a road that goes through to the cottage next to me. And that goes in literally right beside where the septic is, right through my lot. And I am on a grade. Our whole sort of lot is a slope.
Yeah.
There is a right of way, which I don't think appears on the survey.
Okay, yeah, I was just looking at that, and I don't see the right of way.
It's not. So you see where I've put the septic. The right of way literally goes right behind that to the cottage to my west. And we're the second last cottage on that road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so a question from Councillor McKechnie.
Hello, Mr. Hayes.
Hello.
You were talking about, or Jeff was talking about the height of the building is going to be bigger. How much bigger would it be?
So I currently have, it's an old shoebox bungalow with a peak roof. So I want to add another half of, looking from the lake, it would be another, what, 8 feet from what you're looking at right now. So I'm a 1-story right now, but with the peak, I'm a 1.5. So I would just want to go up 8 or 9 feet above that.
Okay.
And I also want to mention that we have a full row of cedar trees along the front that do a great job of currently covering half of the cottage. And you know, that will as well stay in place for the reconstruction.
So after somebody drove by it about 3 times in the boat, they'd realize that it was been there for 20 or 30 years. To put it with the roof extension, the height of it.
I'm sorry?
I'm just saying that with your trees and all that, you couldn't see it. So if somebody's driving by in boats, they're going to be saying that building looks like it's been there for a long time because it's not visible. It's not like an eyesore sticking right out at you.
It's not an eyesore, and it's been my goal since day one not to build an eyesore. I don't want to build a 3,000 square foot home. I really just want to replace a family cottage.
So Jeff, is it right that the big problem here is the height?
That's part of it. And again, the area of encroachment. So the primary objective of our official plan is not only to protect the aesthetic view from the lake, but also the health of the lake. And the zoning bylaw, which implements that direction, states that no area of encroachment or height is to be increased within 10 meters. Again, I understand Mr. Hayes is working with a difficult lot, but that is what he would likely require. He will require variances to do this construction. And if council does approve the sale of this road allowance, that development will have to go to the Committee of Adjustment, who will then be responsible to defend this policy.
Okay, so that's it. I didn't realize that. So that's something we as a council can determine that it's surplus and sell it to him, but he would still require a minor variance. Did you know that, Mr. Hayes?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure where I am in this process.
Yes, that's okay.
I was told before anything,
Yeah.
or even any questions, I had to buy the shoreline first.
Absolutely.
That was step one. So I'm not sure where I'm at.
Okay, well, so we'll, as a council, that's the only decision that we need to be making later today is to sell him the shore road allowance. And I think, oh, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, I did see you had a question. Pardon me. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a question from Mr. Hayes. Do you have to go through Harcourt Park board for any of these, like for the reconstruction? I know they're a leader in environmental concerns and tightness and restrictions on what they do allow on that park. I just wondered if you had to go before their board, your board, I guess, for this construction.
I will have to go through Harcourt Park Board for what I understand is a new lease because the lot is changing. I have to purchase the shoreline and then I have to hand that shoreline over to the park and then they write me a new lease. Beyond that, I'm not sure.
That's why I was getting. I was surprised that you're going to actually be able to purchase and own the shoreline.
No, I'm not. It's an expensive project not to own.
Yeah. But it's part of being part of Harcourt Park, which is different. Okay, so if there's no further questions to Mr. Hayes at this time, I think I certainly, I appreciate that you taking your time in your letter, your drawings, your sketches, and explaining the rationale. If it was a flat land, we would probably sell it to you, but say that all buildings and structures need to be moved back in compliance. But this is a particular case, and so that's why that's why we asked for it to come back to council and have you come today. So we will discuss that when we get to planning, and council can ask the staff further questions regarding the planning aspect of that. So if there's no further questions from Mr. Hayes, I do have a resolution that acknowledges receipt of his correspondence. So Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Tom Hayes regarding his application to purchase the original shore road allowance adjacent to 1092 Bob White Lane in Harcourt Park. All in favor? That is carried. I'm going to suggest we take a 15-minute break. So we will reconvene at 5 after 11. And Mr. Hayes, we only have a few items before we get into planning. So if you're able to, you'll be out of the Zoom meeting, but you can log in and be watching it at that point.
Ask a question?
Yes, please.
So, so where am I at? So this is an application for the shoreline allowance to purchase that?
To purchase.
So, right. So where am I at?
Well, what we're going to do is after our break, we're going to come back. We've got a few other small things, and then we go into planning, and you are the first item in planning. So
Okay.
what we'll be doing then is asking more questions of staff and finding out questions in terms of if we vote in favor to let you purchase the shore road allowance, would we put some limitations on that for size or whatnot? And I'd like to find out more about the secondary thing, Jeff, that you talked about, which would be the minor variance route.
And am I taking part in that verbally, or am I just observing?
No, you can just observe. So there is a link at the top of our agenda. So at this point, you will be leaving the meeting, and then you can be just watching because we're live streaming. And if for any reason you aren't able to watch, it's on our website after.
All right, terrific. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll adjourn till 5 after 11. Okay, and we are back after our recess. So we will move into reports and recommendations from local agencies, boards, and committees, and we'll start with the Harcourt Community Hall Board. Councillor Donaldson is not on screen. Not sure if she's back from the recess, but so I will defer that. There she is. Okay, unmute.
We haven't had a meeting since the last council, so I don't have anything to report.
Okay, that's fine. I just thought just in case. So Councillor Smith, West Guildford.
Thank you. Yes. So you've got the minutes there for November the 9th, and the group met again last week on December 7th. So I wanted to highlight a couple of things. The pickleball activity is going gangbusters. Frankly, there's multiple groups now in there playing. There's most days of the week actually. People are playing pickleball indoors, small groups, and so in terms of use, that's terrific. It produces a little bit of rental income, and I put the emphasis on a little bit because we got 4 people that can't pay a lot. Not like a big crowd using the facility, but it is generating a few dollars. And I've put Tanya Sisson, who's the president of the association, the board, in touch with Barbara to see about potentially accessing the COVID Restart funding for cleanup purposes, because under the COVID rules, we have to have a professional come in and clean the facility after every group of pickleball players before the next group can come in. And so the cost of that is almost as great as the rental income. And so if those funds could provide some relief in that regard, it would be terrific. And as I said, Tanya's working with Barbara, I think, in that regard. The other thing you will have noticed from the minutes is that the water pump in the facility, well, actually, I guess at the well, needed to be replaced. And there was an expense of $2,253.21 for that. Our arrangement in terms of who was responsible for that type of thing probably didn't document water pumps. It covered things like the heating system. So I wanted to kind of raise that with council in terms of consideration for payment of that capital expense or a portion thereof that right now the community board has written a check for.
Okay, I think Tamara wanted to speak to the COVID cleaning protocol.
Yeah, I think we did some further review of the COVID funding after the meeting, and I think there may be some difficulties with that because we don't have the rentals or the cost of the cleaning are directly related to the rentals, and we don't receive any of the rental funds from the community centers. They go to them directly to fund their projects since we now pay the utility costs. So I don't think they would be eligible under that COVID funding because it's not a loss to the municipality because it's not under our care and control. I think on the water pump, we could look at that potentially, Barbara.
Okay. So what you're saying is they can't have a volunteer do the cleaning or even one of the pickleball members if they leave.
There's nothing says they can't have a volunteer do the cleaning.
That's what I don't understand.
Could done.
Okay.
Well, it's tough to get a volunteer to be available every day to go in and do cleaning, frankly.
For sure. I think maybe they'll have the board have a look at their rental fees to make sure they're covering the costs of that cleaning.
Yeah, no, they're on that. And I just thought, given that I noted from the budget meeting that we're able to draw on those funds for cleaning of various municipal facilities, that maybe we could cover it here too, but apparently not. So doesn't qualify, it doesn't qualify. I raised the point about the water pump. You'll also have noted from the minutes the requirement for some exterior signage with respect to the water that's located around the back and also the outdoor washrooms. And I think Andrea Mueller indicated at the budget meeting that she's placed an order for signage there, so that's terrific. And so shall I leave the water pump with Tamara and Barbara to review that?
Yeah, we'll get back to you and confirm on that if that's okay.
Sure, perfect, thank you. Finally, I guess I'd just like to recognize Tanya Sisson, who's the head of the community board. She has put a lot of personal time and effort into coordinating this pickleball, dealing with Andrea Mueller in terms of COVID rules, and then dealing with each individual group that's renting the facility, taking calls. And somebody said, well, I wonder if I can get a couple of hours on Saturday morning. Tanya's the one that's doing that and letting them in and making arrangements to have the facility cleaned afterwards. And that's a big job. So thanks for that.
It's great. It's nice it's being used, even if it ends up, sadly to say, not making them any money. I appreciate that there are doing, especially to keep physically active and play a fun game like that. That's great. Councillor Clark, anything different or new to report on Rails and Gallery?
Yeah, we had our last meeting on November the 26th. And what they're trying to do is still go forward with planning the next year, although we got a kind of crystal ball what's going to be happening with COVID. But they are being optimistic that we will be able to do some kind of an arts and crafts festival, though it may have to be scaled down. Anyways, we're still planning next year as evolving back into normalcy. Anyway, that's where we are at this point.
We all need a crystal ball. Mallory, I do see I have a resolution for West Guildford, not to worry. So I did just skip over that. Yes, it's so hard to know whether we can plan things for next summer for any kind of events, especially something that a organization is dependent on the funding for. But we'll know when we know. So with that, I want to just move back and go to the acknowledging the receipt of the minutes for the West Guildford Hall Board of November 9th. Can I have a mover seconder for that? Councillor Smith and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the November 9th, 2020 meeting minutes of the West Guildford Hall Board. All in favor? And that is carried. So next we move into BIA minutes from a little bit back. So Councillor Wood Roberts.
BIA welcomes a couple of new businesses on the main street. They have a lot of the businesses are participating in the road rat scavenger hunt, which is great for, kind of a family event. A lot of people are buying decorations to decorate the Christmas tree. BIA were a little bit involved with the Curry's Christmas Santa at the garage, so that was a very popular thing. It was a long wait lineup, but it was truly enjoyed by all. There's a significant loss in the community of Mr. Tetro, who did all our watering for all our baskets all summer. So we're just in the midst of trying to organize something. If we're unable to find someone who's willing or able to take that on, we're going to put out a proposal for the municipality that if it would be at all possible to have a seasonal employee do it, or we may need to do some other sort of arrangement for the maintenance of the summer plants and stuff. But that at this point is still kind of up in the air, and further discussion will take place with Barbara if BIA is unable to get that resolved.
Yes, that was very sad, and so we'll hear from there. We certainly, plants have to be watered. So anyway, we'll let you see if you can work out something that doesn't necessarily need to come back to council, but that's good. A new administrator.
Yes, Angelica Ingram. She's a wonderful, cheerful, very, very capable individual to take on this role, and looking forward very much to working with her.
Yeah, that's great, and congrats to her on that job and working with the BIA. So anything else, anything for Nancy? Any questions for Nancy? I'll tell you, yeah, good. I was on the main street last Saturday doing a few errands, and it was busy. It was really nice to see our stores, people shopping locally safely, but it was quite nice to see. So I do need a mover seconder to receive the minutes from the BIA. Councillor Clark, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the October 27th, 2020 minutes of the Downtown Haliburton BIA Board of Management meeting. All in favor? And that's carried. I also like that they changed their buy-in and win to gift cards in town. That's great. Okay, so we're going to move into the planning and land information. And as I told Mr. Hayes, could be watching. And so we will bring in Councillor Smith.
I was waiting for you to get down.
Yep.
You got the rest of the list there, right?
There's the list. Yes. I just looking down at papers of what's next. So pardon me. Aging well, don't make the meeting. And source protection planning, pardon me. Harvest Haliburton.
Yeah, we had a meeting on December the 4th. We're continuing to work with our community partners, determining needs, around the farmers markets, food groups, that type of thing. We are somewhat challenged. We were running into problems with both the availability of resources from the health unit. They're naturally being totally focused on COVID, so they haven't been able to provide the same support. Similarly, OMAFRA is going through some very significant structural changes and staff changes, and are really not too focused on program these days, as opposed to reimagining or kind of relooking at their organizations. So I'm not too sure what's going to come out from that. But again, we haven't got the same support. So with Harvest Halliburton, it's being put on, pretty much things are being put on hold in terms of further planning until March.
Okay, fair enough. That's tough. Thank you, Larry. And sorry, so source protection planning?
Nothing scheduled until I believe March.
Okay. Upper Trent?
Yes, Upper Trent met last week. Quite an interesting meeting. This is where experts from the Coalition for Equitable Water Flow and representatives of municipalities, not just from Halliburton County, but also the Kawarthas are involved. Everybody that's really in the the entire watershed, and so reports on water management from a 2020 point of view, and so the folks from the Coalition for Equitable Water Flow, in their judgment, the folks at Trent Severn and Parks Canada did frankly a fantastic job in 2020, dealing with what they call the new normal of extreme climate situations. So as you'll recall, we had an early thaw, and managing the flooding associated with flood risks associated with that. Frankly, did a pretty good job. The severe drought that occurred early in the summer, fortunately, they had retained water and were able to keep the levels of most of the lakes up at a pretty good state through that drought. And then we had massive rains kind of beginning in late July and August. And again, the feeling was the folks at Trent Severn did a pretty good job of coping with that and avoiding flood situations, but also keeping up the water lakes on the lakes for recreation purposes and so forth. But a lot of expert input that says don't think of 2020 as having been an exceptional year. Those rains in January and February are part of our future, and we've seen it so far in December. Only the last couple of days that we had real cold weather, and still no real snow. So that's just the reality of climate change that we're all going to have to accept and learn to deal with. On capital projects, it's not directly in Dysart, but Red Pine, a new dam is to go in there. They're expecting that to start in the spring. The design work is mostly complete. And in addition, over in the Mesquabi area, the Long Lake over there, and Percy Lake Dam, there's rehabilitation work that's currently being studied for the dams on both of those facilities. Finally, the committee's looking at its mandate going forward, kind of looking at some of the other groups, models, if you like. Think of the Muskoka Watershed Council, organizations that are looking both at water levels and water quality, and kind of evaluating what might be the best approach, for our watershed in terms of dealing with both aspects of this going forward. So at the next meeting, we expect to have some kind of written proposals in that regard. and we'll make some decisions or recommendations, I guess, to county council in terms of what might happen there. Also, some discussion about more recent problems with the blue-green algae blooms and invasive species and so forth. Some big issues that we obviously need to spend some time getting our arms around and developing, a plan going forward, if you like, because they're not, again, away. That's kind of a summary of that meeting from last week.
Okay, well, thank you. And I think it had been a while since you guys had met, so appreciate that fulsome report. And look forward to hearing more. So at this point now, we will then now move into planning and bring in Jeff and Chris and go to our first planning item, which is the request to purchase a shore allowance by Mr. Hayes. Excuse me. Let's wait for Chris to. Okay, so Jeff, I'm going to turn this over to you to explain the details of what's involved. We did hear a little bit about this in the delegation, but if you want to continue.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, as previously discussed, the proposed development as shown on the submission by Mr. Hayes looks to me that it will require a minor variance application. So even if council were to sell the shore road allowance today, for him to obtain building permits to build what he is proposing, it will have to go to the Committee of Adjustment.
So all that council needs to decide today is if we want to sell the shore road allowance. And in general, we had been doing that. If he wants to build exactly the same footprint, which is, I believe, approximately 700 square foot cottage, would he need a minor variance?
No, and you're correct. The existing dwelling was first assessed in 1964. So the building at that size and in that location and at that height complies with our official plan and with our zoning bylaw. It's the proposal that he submitted that kind of had me question whether we should move forward with the conveyance of the road allowance, given that it did not comply with the policy.
But at this point, we could still continue and he could purchase that. Then it's up to him to the next step to understand the process, which I'm sure he'll be contacting you, that if he wants to enlarge the structure in original footprint and height, that would be what would be the minor variance request.
Yes, and I'm happy to discuss it with them. The key number here is that 10-meter setback. Within 10 meters, our policy says you really can't do anything. You can't get closer, you can't get bigger, you can't get taller. We really want to see that revegetated. If he can move his development or just the portion where he wants to enlarge it beyond that 10-meter setback, then he will gain some flexibility about going up and going wider.
That would be okay. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, Jeff, I had a question. You're stating section 3.2 on the official plan, but the preamble to that is it says where the municipality is requested to convey any portion of a closed road allowance, council may, as a condition of conveyance, require one or more. And your state looks like you're saying there's only the one criteria here for not allowing it. It looks to me like we have the flexibility to allow the purchase under the official plan as far as 3.27, the way it states. Because it doesn't say shall as a condition, it says may. The other point I wanted to make is that, as you just said, looking through 3.19, the only thing that I can see is he's got the elevation for at the front of the building, and if he were to have it at the back, if it was past a 10-meter setback from the high water mark, it would probably be compliant. Is that correct, my understanding?
Correct, and first I'll address the official plan. You're right. The sale of road allowances are at council's sole discretion. So this is municipally owned property. Council can decide when it wants to and doesn't want to sell the road allowance. My concern was that that proposed development didn't comply with the zoning bylaw. Therefore, council may want to consider whether they wanted to or did not want to sell it. But you're right. Again, as I mentioned, that 10, with regards to the zoning bylaw in section 3.19, 10 meters is that magical setback. Once you get beyond that, our provisions allow you to go up to 60 feet wide or 50% of the lot frontage, and it allows you to go taller too. It's just within that 10 meters where you can't increase the area of encroachment or the structure height.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thank you. So a question for Jeff here in terms of how we might facilitate Mr. Hayes reaching, you know, a fair conclusion. As I understood it, he can't make an application to the Committee of Adjustment for the minor variance without owning the shoreline road allowance. Is that correct?
The alternative is that council give him permission to submit an application on their property. So that's what's driving that, is because as staff, we don't accept applications for something that's not on the applicant's property. Correct.
So it would seem to me, if I was Mr. Hayes, the request to purchase the shoreline road allowance and then have the you know, a reasonable risk that my approval of the building I want to put up is going to be denied by the Committee of Adjustment, I'd be saying, well, gee, that doesn't seem like a fair bet. I got to put my money on the table and buy this piece of property that may turn out to be of no value to me. And so, you know, what I'd like to do is at least give him a chance of going through the process without purchasing the shoreline road allowance. And, you know, we've got a committee. I've been part of it at times. Other councillors have been part of it also, which will hear his, you know, request, often make a site visit and assess, you know, what the possibilities are. How steep is this hill? You know, can he move the septic bed further back to the other side of that road that's shared driveway or whatever it is that's out there that doesn't show on the diagrams we received? And there'll be a full hearing, and you know, that committee makes some good, has some good discussions and makes some good decisions on behalf of us. But we could facilitate that by allowing him to go through that process without purchasing the shoreline road allowance. And but you need to know that council would approve that, and so if you need a motion to do that, I'd be happy to put that motion forward. Or if you can just accept the will of council and say, hey, why not you know, let the guy go through the process before he buys the shoreline road allowance.
Very good point, Mr. Smith, or Councillor Smith. One of the, so how the resolution reads is at the very top of our agenda package. And so it is, all we would do today is approve for processing. Mr. Hayes can say, I've changed my mind. So council today is, that's the very thing that we would do. We would approve it for processing, and then he can have further discussion of what next steps would be. But this, no one's forcing him to buy it. We're just approving that we would process that. Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, Mr. Hayes seems to be trying to do everything right. He's put in a brand new septic system 4 years ago. Acknowledged that there was a problem there, and now he wants to replace his cottage before it basically erodes into the lake. So I mean, how much more space is he creating on top of that with that extra height that he wants to put on there, Jeff?
I defer that to Mr. Hayes. I think he said he wants to add an extra half story. I'm not sure exactly what.
Is this such a big concern for us? Can we not compromise here a bit? He's trying to do everything right. Wants to buy the shore allowance. He's done everything right with the septic. He seems like a pretty upfront guy that is trying to do everything right. Why can't we work with him?
Yeah, no.
I mean, these things happen. It's happened in the past.
And I think we are, Councillor McKechnie, absolutely. And that's why I think Councillor Smith said he would support the resolution, which is to approve for processing, but we cannot circumnavigate our own policies, which say if it's within the 10 meters. So as an example, if he says, yes, I will purchase, and he wants to build exactly the same size, 700 square feet. He would not need a minor variance. It's because he's within the 10 meters and he wants to build bigger. That will be his choice. And at this table, actually, that's not that is a committee of adjustment decision. Okay with that, Councillor Clark? Was that you want to comment?
Yeah, no, my question is with regard to the positioning of the current cottage. Is the current cottage positioned on the right of way or the lakeshore access or the lakeshore right of way?
Yes, it's entirely.
So the cottage is sitting on property he doesn't own. So that's the first question that council's got to address. Do we approve the purchase of the shore road allowance and in fact encourage it based on the fact that his cottage is sitting on property he doesn't own? I think that's a key thing. The second one is with regard to like you're saying, the building permit or expanding the size of the existing cottage. That's committee of adjustment. And that's something we don't want to get our fingers into. If traditionally cottages within that footprint are held exactly to the square footage they've got right now, if we get our fingers into that and say, oh yeah, sure, go ahead, we're establishing a precedent that's going to just come back and bite us in the ass. There's a huge number of cottages that are where people want to expand the size of their properties, but they're in that key area, and that's the first 30 feet that we do not want to encourage people building bigger cottages. So we've got to keep away from that and let the committee of adjustment deal with that. That's not something we want at our table. Thank you.
Okay, so the resolution was included in our package. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, and if I could just touch on John's comment, he made a good suggestion. And it's a council decision with regards to adding to the resolution permission from council for him to submit an application on your behalf or on our property. This process is a lengthy one. So I advise Mr. Hayes if he wants to purchase this to begin the process, because even to obtain a building permit to construct it at the same size, he either needs permission from council or he needs to own that shore road allowance. So he may wish to get this process moving regardless, but if council wishes to allow him to submit an application to see how this moves forward, I request that be added to the end of the resolution.
So what's the difference then, Jeff? Because this resolution says all we're doing is approving for process. He's going to be contacting your office. You're going to give him all the circumstances and the choices. And, if you want to build bigger than 700 square feet, you go this route, etc. Why would we need to add to this resolution? He could then simply say, I'm not going to purchase the shore road allowance. Or I think we should just pass this today as it sits and you have the conversation with him. If it needs to come, what would we be adding to the resolution? Any different than we do anytime?
The difference is that he would not be able to make an application for a minor variance until he owns it, which could be upwards of a year from now. By adding that to the end of the resolution, he could submit an application right away.
For the minor variance?
Correct.
Okay, so how would, Mallory, would you help me with the wording for that to add to the resolution?
Sure. So, and Jeff, you can help us too, but.
I can help. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So further that council gives Mr. Hayes permission to submit an application for a minor variance on behalf of the municipality.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, so Mallory, you've typed that out?
I have.
Actually, can I just clarify that? The permission should be given to Harcourt Park because Mr. Hayes does not own that property. He leases that land. So the permission should be given to Harcourt Park to make that application, because anytime a tenant from Harcourt Park makes an application, they actually have to get the park to make the application or sign off on that application.
Mallory, have you added that then?
I have.
Do you mind reading the resolution and I'll ask for a mover and seconder this?
Okay. Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Mr. and Mrs. Hayes to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Allen Lake in front of their property in Part Lot 4, Concession 7, in the geographic township of Harcourt. These lands are declared surplus. And Further, that council gives Harcourt Park permission to submit an application for a minor variance on the behalf of the municipality.
And mover was Councillor Smith, and seconder Deputy Mayor Kennedy. All in favor? Great, carried. Thank you. Okay. And I got one word in there, Mallory, so I will come with you to find you to put the correct wording on the resolution. I got and further. Okay, so that's that first file. Second file is a road closing for Pine Lake. We've seen this before.
Yes, thank you. This is another road closing application that is at its bylaw portion of the process. Bylaw 2020-79 is a bylaw to close and convey the portion of the road allowance in front of lot 11, concession 4 in the geographic township of Guilford. The notice requirements have been completed and no concerns have been received by staff. Staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Any questions? Comments? Mover, seconder? Councillor Smith, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-79, which is a bylaw to stop, up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of lot 11, concession 4 in the geographic township of Guilford, be ready first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? That's carried. And lands of Jenkins.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. This is for the land of Jenkins. The agreement is a condition of a severance application H00620. The intent of the severance agreement is to implement the technical recommendations of the environmental report dated January 6, 2020, and subsequent letter dated July 19th, 2020 by Riverstone Environmental Solutions for that severance that went through. In addition, the severance agreement is to ensure that the development by the owner or future owners develop the property in accordance to the technical recommendations of the Riverstone Environmental Report. And based on the analysis provided in the planning report, staff recommend that council approve the bylaw to execute the severance agreement. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, questions from councillors? Pretty straightforward. So then I'll take a mover, seconder. Councillor Donaldson, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that council approve bylaw 2020-81, which is a bylaw to execute a severance agreement between the municipality and Paula Jenkins with respect to their property on concession 4, part lot 6 to part lot 7 in the geographic township of Harcourt. The agreement is intended to implement the development recommendation through the environmental report and to ensure that future property owners are aware of proposed development constraints of any new buildings or structures on the lands created by file H-006-20. All in favor? That's carried. Next is a consent for proposal for Mr. Wilson.
This is for the lands of Wilson. Council has not previously seen this consent proposal. The application is proposing to sever a portion of the retained lands owned by the applicant to be conveyed and merged to the benefiting lands. The purpose of the proposed lot line and adjustment is to rectify a building encroachment by the owners of the benefiting lands. By conveying a portion of the retained lands, the benefiting parcel will provide additional lot area and bring the existing structure into compliance with the zoning bylaw by removing the current encroachment on the retained lands, which is the portion being severed. No new lots are being created as a result of this application. Staff would like to note that during the review of this application, it was noted that a garage was being constructed on the retained lands without a building permit. Staff have added a condition that the applicant is to obtain the proper building permits for the municipal, with the municipal building department for that structure. And then staff's recommendation is that council support the general principle of the proposal for the lot addition to the benefiting lands, subject to the conditions as in the planning report.
This is an unusual situation. Somebody's building a garage without a permit, and it's not even on their property. Well, they're trying to rectify it, so I suppose that's okay. Any questions? I know, makes you chuckle. There is penalty for building without a permit, though, I believe, but that's between the building department. They'll figure that out. Mover and a seconder to approve the this severance, Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council support the general principle of a proposal for lot addition to the benefiting lands subject to the following conditions and the comments received through the public review process. Number 1, the severance be for the purpose of lot additions to roll number 041-000-88200. Number 2, registered owner to pay any outstanding taxes. 3, registered owner to pay all administration and outstanding fees owed to the municipality of Dysart et al. Number 4, registered owner of the retained lands shall apply for a building permit with the municipal building department for the constructed garage. Number 5, prior to the endorsement of the deeds, the municipality is to provide a clearance letter to the Haliburton County Land Division Committee confirming that conditions 1 through 4 have been fulfilled. The applicant is to make a request from the municipality for the said letter. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, and next is the draft site plan for 10 Hops.
Okay, so this is for 10 Hops, or
Yeah, sorry,
actually,
Jeff, did you want to say something?
Yes, did we skip an item, lot 1, plan 602?
I'm just not on the ball today. Pardon.
Well, last month it was me that skipped an item, so we're here for
You know what? It's because I don't have a resolution in order for that. I'm going by, do I have a resolution for that?
There's nothing for that one.
That's why, and I'm going by the resolution. So pardon me, and thanks for the hands up. Jeff, item E.
Yes, thank you. So Mr. Wilson has provided a proposal for council consideration pertaining to a lot located on Lakeview Street. There's a small stream located at the rear of this property. The lands are zoned urban residential type 1, which requires a water setback of 30 meters. The property owners have concerns and note that no buildable locations exist on this property that comply with the required water setback. So Mr. Wilson is respectfully proposing that council pass a resolution declaring that the water course passing through the property is a seasonal intermittent stream, and therefore that the water setback does not apply. Mr. Wilson further proposes that the passage of such a resolution by council should be coupled with the insistence that the property be subject to a site plan agreement. He further supports his position that the property is located on a plan of subdivision and that there was no specific restrictions respecting that stream implemented at the time of subdivision approval in 1980. Staff have reviewed the proposal and question whether the proposal to council is the proper method to seek relief in this instance. Given that the M&R has identified the stream as a water body, staff are of the opinion that a water setback does apply. Staff are also of the opinion that either a minor variance or a zoning bylaw amendment would be the proper procedure to seek relief from the zoning bylaw. I did outline my position to Mr. Wilson, and he provided further comments referencing the County of Haliburton official plan, which mirrors some of the policy in our official plan. But it states that for new development and site alteration, or that all new development and site alteration shall adhere to the setback of 30 meters and shall not be subject to a minor variance. So based on this policy, Mr. Wilson is of the opinion that a minor variance approach probably would not work. And he's again respectfully requesting that council consider the original approach provided. Yeah, staff requests direction from council on this request, which is why I have not provided a resolution.
Thank you.
But I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, well, I do know Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor McKechnie were on site with Mr. Wilson. I drove to the property myself to see. This is a very unusual circumstance where we have approved a lot, whether it be us or 40 years ago, and now puts the person under this constraint. Being that it is, so anyway, I'll hear from Deputy Mayor Kennedy or Councillor McKechnie. Go ahead.
Yeah, we both Walt and I attended the site with Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wilson's concern is that the original subdivision was approved by the province and approved by the actually, I guess, municipality at that time, even though it was a secondary approval, not a primary, it's my understanding, because it didn't have to go through us first. It was the Ministry of Housing. Is that there was no water setback when it was first set up, and then the next sort of level was 20 meters was set for the subdivision. So you could build a house and you have to determine the size, then you have to have some adjustments using the 20-meter setback. Both this lot and the lot to the east of it are affected, not just this one. So it's something that we're considering two lots, one of which already has a septic system in, which is the lot to the east. So I know I'm digressing, but the two lots are really tied together, the same decision. Mr. Wilson further supports the idea and initiated the idea of council keeping or municipality keeping site plan control, so he could enforce or direct the landowner to ensure that the stream does not is contained within a certain area. He has 3 people who live there will ascertain that it is an intermittent stream, that it dries up in the summer. And then fourthly or fifthly, whatever the number I'm on, the MNR has not reviewed these watersheds for 30 or 40 years or whatever it is. They have to the east of us, stops just outside the border of Halliburton, but these have not been reviewed since the original one. So he's thinking that originally a subdivision, we should be following that if we can, and the minor variance is not a possible route.
Councillor McKechnie, anything to add from your site visit with?
Yeah, I agree with what Pat just said there and what Mr. Wilson says.
Okay, so is this possible, Jeff, that we can then do it under a site plan control for a lot in town?
Council can impose a site plan control on this lot. Yep.
And is that the will of council, the direction to give staff that that we do that? Councillor Smith?
I'd like to understand better the implications of that. Just having gone through the review of our zoning bylaw, there was quite a bit of discussion surrounding development and intermittent streams, definitions of water bodies, and so forth. I know this is close to town, but it is, a water body apparently, according to the MNRF. And in our discussions around that zoning bylaw, it was very clear. If the MNRF says it's a water body, it's a water body. And in fact, if there was a situation where they hadn't declared a water body, somebody could get an environmental consultant to come along and reevaluate it and say, well, it is a water body, and therefore we would have to abide by that consultant's input. In this case, I believe that Mr. Wilson is a surveyor. He's not an environmental consultant, and so how does he get to make the judgment that it's an intermittent water body as opposed to the in overruling, if you like, the MNRF? And so I think we need to be very careful about this approach, because although this is not right by a lake, there's a relative lake nearby. It is a water body that flows into a lake, and let's not set a precedent that we end up regretting later on in terms of other developments on or near other large lakes.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy, you wanted to?
Yeah, I think I fully support Councillor Smith's comments about intermittent and all the rest of it. The thing that is the unique part of this is a registered plan of subdivision that was done years and years and years ago under different guidelines, and it was approved as a sellable, buildable lot. And now we're saying, because times have changed and things have progressed, and a lot more concerns about the environment, that we have new restrictions that now makes both these lots unbuildable. And that to me is a concern, that these are more exceptions than going forward. It's to seek how we can arrive at some kind of a compromise that allows people to build, even if they may not be able to build the house of their dreams, if they have to maintain the 20-meter setback, but at least be able to build something on it with a suitable septic system. I think it's a unique situation we need to look at. Thank you.
Yeah, it is unique. You know, the one thing I find interesting in the key map is the thin blue line that these are, that this is just the M&R data map with that blue line, but you follow that along, not just on the subject properties, but you follow that along right through town. It goes through an awful lot of lots where there are homes, where there are businesses. So either that water there has been diverted. These are old maps, like, you know, the corner of Maple and Victoria, there's a large commercial building there. So I'm concerned by going and getting the applicant to go through the minor variance route only to be turned down, personally, when it's a lot. Councillor Clark, comment?
Yeah, this very much appears to be more of a seasonal drainage issue and not something that should be you know, impacting the ability to build on a property. You know, with my own property here, and you know, in the village, we've got a little stream that goes down about 10 feet from the side of the house, which drains off the back of the property. You know, parts of the year it's got quite a little flow going through, but most of the time it sits there dry. That should not impact, you know, it's not impacting the house at all, and it shouldn't impact the use of our property. So there's got to be some reasonable, I guess, a reasonable site plan or take on this to enable this property to be properly used. We're not a flat we're not a flat community, you know, so this stuff is existing.
So the two options, Jeff, would be minor variance route or a site plan. Is that correct?
Well, actually, staff are still of the opinion that the minor variance process or the zoning bylaw amendment process are the way to seek relief from the zoning bylaw in this instance. The committee may want to implement, if they agree that to grant a variance, they may want to put a condition that a site plan agreement is required. And the committee may want to consider the history of lot creation when making their decision. But yeah, I believe that as per the Planning Act, that's the proper process to make a decision on this.
So council doesn't have the authority. I'm just trying to lay out the options on the table, not to lean one way or the other, but to and I understand that might be your recommendation, but I just want to know what council's options are fully, and then we can make a decision.
And council has deferred their decision-making authority on this to the Committee of Adjustment. That's why I'm directing that this should probably go to the Committee of Adjustment. If it were site plan agreement, then council would be the decision-making authority, but the site plan agreement by itself would not recognize or address the reduction in the water setback. As John mentioned, if there's some question as to the validity of the water body, the property owners can hire a professional to submit an opinion that we would review. Again, this is just our internal process that we've followed, which is either based on the Planning Act or on the policies of our official plan. And I don't know what else to really say. I think it's, as I said, it's a Committee of Adjustment that should be reviewing this.
So you're saying that that's the only option, regardless of what, okay, I see, Walt. I'm just making sure that council understands their authority, because we don't have authority over all things. We might sometimes think we do, but we absolutely don't. So in this case, we do not have authority to do what was suggested by Mr. Wilson, which is to just have this lot under site plan control.
That's my understanding. I can follow up on that and come back to you, but my understanding is that authority has been delegated to the Committee of Adjustment for relief from the setback itself. Site plan control wouldn't provide relief from that setback itself. It's just a mitigation tool, which is a great option, and it's a great suggestion by Mr. Wilson to mitigate a water setback, but it doesn't reduce the water setback on the lot.
Okay. Walt did have his hand up, and then we'll go to Chris. Walt?
Well, I agree with what Larry was saying there, and what Mr. Wilson's saying, that it's intermittent stream. I mean, it dries up majority of the time of the year, so it's all over our municipality. These similar situations, like Larry just said, his own home. So, I mean, why do we want to aggravate these people?
Well, we definitely, it's not our goal ever to aggravate anybody, but we aren't the authority to determine whether it's an intermittent stream or not. And you know, we would need a professional opinion on that. Chris, do you want to speak up?
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of add to what Jeff was saying in that, you know, this is seeking relief from zoning bylaws. So therefore you either have to go through one of those two processes. In addition, through that process, you would likely have some sort of environmental component of that, whether it's just a, you know, scope study to identify the status of that stream. And that's sort of what we've discussed through the zoning bylaw review as well. And there was some, you know, contentiousness on that. So we want to ensure that what type of status this stream is when you're making that decision. So I just wanted to add to Jeff's point as well.
Okay, so I'm not sure if anyone else is feeling that they surely understand their choices here in terms of what we can decide or give direction to staff at this point. It sounds from what you're saying, Jeff, that we really, it is out of our hands in terms of our own policies, saying that they have to go. I asked you what the options are and you're saying there's only one.
Actually, and I said I could look into this a little bit more and come back and see if there are any other options available to council. But yeah, as per my opinion, as per the Planning Act right now, for seeking relief from a water setback would be a minor variance application.
Mallory?
Sorry, I just have a question. If they had come to council with an environmental assessment and a consultant had said, this actually isn't a water body, would it have to go through the minor variance process? If a consultant had said, this actually is not a stream, the maps are outdated, this doesn't apply, then would it have to go to through a minor variance process?
Thank you, Mallory. No, it would not, because if someone's providing an opinion that this is not a water body, then the water setback would not apply. However, as mentioned, staff are working on M&R provided data, and currently we're working on data that, whereas the MNRF have said that a water body exists on this property.
And if the water body is determined that it is an intermittent stream and dries up and is not a regular water course, then what? Are they still subject to this 30 meters, which they won't be able to meet?
Yes, and as John mentioned, we discussed this quite a bit during the zoning review process. So we do require water setbacks from all streams identified by the MNRF.
Well, it sounds like our hands are very tied here. I don't like that. Councillor Smith?
Just one clarification. Even if an environmental consultant, expert, professional decides that this is an intermittent stream, is it not an intermittent stream, therefore a water body? Even if it wasn't recognized by the MNRF, it's declared a intermittent stream. That's a water body based on our definition, our zoning bylaw, as I understood. Is that not correct?
Well, the zoning bylaw doesn't specifically say intermittent stream, but if someone were to come to us with an opinion that a water body exists, whether intermittent or not, then the water setback would apply. So in this instance, as I mentioned, the professional is MNRF. They've said their water body exists. So if we were to receive an opinion that a water body did not exist, then the setback would not apply. If the opinion said that it was an intermittent stream, the water setback would still apply because we still have data saying that it is a stream. So I almost defer that to the MNRF to, I think the opinion would have to say whether it is or isn't a water body.
Yeah. So, Madam Mayor, it seems to me that about all we can do today is to pass a motion to receive the report and, you know, and direct staff to communicate to the property owners that here's the course of action that they can pursue. And for us to try and step beyond that, risk violating our own, you know, rules, our Planning Act, setting a precedent that then, you know, others will follow, and you know, we'll have the Wild West out there in terms of chaos surrounding, you're not even standing by our own rules.
Well, I did say I feel our hands are quite tied by our own rules, rules that were in place after the lot was created. And so, you know, we have a sort of sense of obligation if it is a lot in town, and this owner may not be able to comply. So there is no resolution. That's why I almost missed this, because I was following along with resolution. So really it's just direction to staff to have conversation with the property owner that they need to get, I guess, an environmental, whatever the term, what's the profession, Mallory, just assessment. I think they'll have to follow that route, and then they'd have to get or apply for the minor variance. Councillor McKechnie?
So these two property owners, if they can't build on their properties, what happens? Who's on the hook then? Where like somebody sold the property to them. It must have been a legitimate subdivision. Like
I think when
I mean, this is a trickle of water.
Yeah, we've all served at different times on the minor variance committee of adjustment, and so there's a 4-way test, and it has to meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw. It has to meet the general intent of the official plan, and it has to be a hardship, and I forget what number 4 is, minor. So there's a hardship here for sure. It meets that test.
Who would they? Who should have approved? Who should have told them that these lots weren't buildable?
They were buildable when they were created. And
like
now
one's got a foundation in.
It's like anything. If you built your house 40 years ago, you built to the Ontario Building Code 40 years ago. You want to build an addition, you have to build to the addition to the building code of today. And it's the same thing when the person's applying for a building permit. It is a catch-22, and this is a very difficult situation, because if that house was built upon when the lot was created, this wouldn't be an issue.
The foundation's in.
Pardon me?
Foundation's in.
On the other one, it is. This is.
How do you get permission to do that?
I thought the septic system was in, not the foundation. So we're going to have to leave it with staff to talk to I guess, both property owners. Our hands are tight, Walt. I don't like sitting in this chair when I hear stories like that either. It's very frustrating. It's very bureaucratic. But it's not us. But it's not me. It's not you. It's don't shoot the messengers or even Jeff. It's times are changing, and
we better get another consultant.
For who?
Well, so just get some. I'm just being. Thank you.
Okay. I don't like it. Our hands are tied, but I don't see, we cannot skirt around our own policies, and it's very frustrating. So Jeff, you'll be contacting the property owners, or are they contacting you?
They can contact us.
Okay. So we have to move along, and now we will move to Hops Drive site plan agreement.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Council at their October 27th meeting passed a principal bylaw 2020-63, a bylaw to authorize the execution of the site plan agreement subject to conditions, which included the developer is to provide updated elevations to show the articulation as directed by council and per the municipal policies and guidelines. Subsequent to the meeting, the developer provided the updated elevation sketch per attachment 4 of the report for building A. No articulation was provided by the developer for building B elevation. Staff reviewed the submitted elevations and recommended that further articulation be integrated by the developer along the building's facade in order to meet the intent of the municipality's policies, guidelines, and long-term vision for the community, as well as council's direction from October 27th meeting. Per attachment 5, staff included a very basic elevation markup that was originally provided to the developer as an example of the wood beam and brick articulation aesthetics being incorporated along the building's facade. Staff has also provided various examples per attachment 7 through 9 of the report. These examples are more aligned with the municipality's long-term vision, policies, and similar to recent approved developments in the community. However, the developer was satisfied with what they had provided and therefore declined to include the recommendations by staff. So the developer had requested that the elevations be brought forward to council for consideration as submitted. So that's why we're here today. Although staff fully support the proposed development, it's staff's opinion that further articulation be considered to meet the municipality's long-term vision goals that will help promote a sustainable and vibrant development that will enhance the unique built form and natural character while keeping consistent approach based on the official plan policies, guidelines, and recent developments in the community. Therefore, based on the policies, guidelines, and recent developments in the community, staff recommend that council defer the site plan agreement until updated elevations are provided to the satisfaction of the municipality. Staff's happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so we'll open it up to the floor for questions. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, well intentioned, but we at this point do not have policies that require this articulation. Is that not correct? We didn't do anything with home hardware other than a couple of.
We're keeping consistency with the recent developments. We do have policies through the built form, which we do state that it does extend out to these developments as they are gateways to the community. So, and we're also taking the direction from council previously at that meeting that asked for the articulation that was above the entrance and along the facade. It is up to council, again, whether if they would like to approve what has been submitted. That is obviously something that council can do as well.
Yeah, and I supported that and maybe of the articulation. And I know it's not as much as what we would like, but we've asked for this pretty late in the game. It was not conveyed to them, I don't think, at the time of they started the proposal. So I think anything that we can get here is better than nothing. So,
Jeff?
If I could just provide a couple comments. So if you look at the home hardware design, it does have some articulations. He does have timber on the facade, although it's been painted black. And this isn't really late in the game for council to be making a decision on this. I think the issue here is that this process has not followed the standard procedure, given that an agreement has already been approved. But this is really the first time for council, that council's been provided these plans, therefore being able to make a decision on the exterior design of these buildings. I can confirm that we, from the get-go, have requested these from the developer. He has submitted various design options, and we have been trying to negotiate with him. So our job is to try and get him to follow policy, which Chris outlined in his report. And when it gets to the point where they don't want to follow policy and want council to make a decision on it, then they can bring it to council to make a decision. And that's kind of where we are today.
Councillor Smith?
I fully support the staff perspective that some enhancement, if you like, to the image of these buildings is appropriate and even necessary. We went through this with the Garden Retirement Center, where we asked that developer to do something to make the building look more like it belonged in Halliburton Village. And, here we've got a chance to ensure this is built right, or that it looks like an ugly box that could have been located in any community. Council needs to be consistent in terms of how it deals with this kind of situation. And we'll sit here and say, well, we're going to give an organization a grant, or we're going to invest something because we want to make our community an attractive place for visitors. And this is part of it. You want to develop in our community, you need to participate in that process and make the investment, because you're going to get the benefits of the visitors that come here because it's attractive. If you're not going to, if we're as a council are not going to demand that, then, years from now, we're going to say, well, why aren't we getting visitors? Why is this not an attractive place to come and visit? Because we've made it just look like just any other place, a concrete structure with a sign on it. Not good enough, in my mind.
Okay, Councillor McKechnie.
I agree with Pat that it's late in the game, and I 100% disagree with Councillor Smith. I mean, his opinion of what a building looks like and what mine looks like is totally different, needless to say. And I think that we should be excited and really happy that Mr. Webster's investing what he's investing on that piece of property. And we should try to work with them more instead of always throwing up roadblocks.
Chris, and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, so I just want to elaborate on that too, is that staff have been working with Mr. Webster throughout the whole process. Council may remember some discrepancies prior to with other, I guess, issues, with cost estimates and those type of things. We have early on in the game asked for the elevations to be looked at. And quite honestly, it's just, we're looking based on our policies, guidelines, and the economic development strategy that these things are for long-term, for the viability and maximizing the flexibility of the site. So if you're putting up a building that is strictly a dollarama, if that dollarama ever moves and somebody's moving in there, you want something that's versatile and being able to use over and over again. So that's what our policies sort of speak to.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy, you had your hand?
Yeah, just a clarification in the Chris and Jeff. So building 10 Hops Drive, building A, is that what he's proposing now?
For the dollarama, that's correct.
Okay, that's what he's proposing.
Yeah, so you'll see in the report under, I believe it's attachment 4. I just have to bring it up here.
We don't have our attachments numbered. So it's the first picture with only the timber frame overhang over the front door.
That's correct, yeah.
That's his proposal.
That's correct.
With a roof on it. Before he had it looking like a pergola that was open. And I suggested that he have a roof on it.
That's correct. And then the second one that sort of just shows, again, it's just a quick sketch that show the timber frame going across the entire front and the brick veneer articulation carrying across the front as well. Right now, it's just what he's proposing, or what the developer's proposing, is just the articulation over the entrance, and the rest would just be a sort of that steel corrugated clad building.
So council has a decision to make. We can accept the proposal as pictured in, as I say, we don't have them. It would be the first photograph with basically nothing done on building B, and building A shows a timber frame overhang. Or we could defer and keep going and asking for what Chris has drawn in on the second sketch is just an example of more what he's suggesting. And I understand what Councillor Smith is saying. We don't want to just be look like a big box store, but it is outside of the village, so it's a hard call. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, I think I was confused because I was thinking that the second picture is actually what his final proposal is, but that's staff proposal.
That's correct.
I'm good with
and again, that's just a very basic example, but that's sort of what the direction that we took, as well as recent developments in the community as well.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, you had your hand up?
Actually, it was covered. I just wanted to clarify that we're not trying to tell the developer what to build or how it should look. We're just trying to provide him some suggestions based on recent developments. Chris provided a bunch of pictures based on other Dollaramas and other villages and cities, just to give him some ideas to try and incorporate in his design. So we're not trying to tell him what to build. We're just trying to help him along through the process to give him some ideas.
Yeah, I think one of the things always with the developer is obviously money. And people don't want to go, if we said, no, it has to be Cape Cod or Maybeck siding and it can't be aluminum, well, that is changing significantly a cost to a project to have real wood siding as opposed to the siding. But I think what Chris has proposed is a very inexpensive, although it's not free, to do some more articulation. So we have we have a decision to make to more or less accept what the proposal is, which is the first picture, whatever number that is, which shows the timber frame overhang over the front door, and that is it. Or do we want to defer the execution of the draft site plan until further drawings we want more? So, suggestions from council. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I think we should defer. What's being asked for is not outrageous, but just to see if the developer can just step up his game a little bit. We're not asking for the sky and the moon, just a reconsideration for something that's going to benefit the long-term interests.
Okay, and Councillor McKechnie, did you want to support the drawings as is?
Yeah, I think we should, and because what happens all of a sudden he walks. It's a pretty big project.
Mm-hmm.
Like look around our community. Like the mistake was made a long time ago where the facades are not all this rustic look that we're trying to create. I mean, like I say, every building is different, we're no different than most small towns. So this is a big investment in town, a lot of jobs. I think we're
moving forward. So,
yeah.
Okay, so I don't, through the clerk, was there a secondary resolution?
Yes, there was.
All for a couple pieces of wood.
Yeah.
I have a secondary one where staff, where staff accepted as it is, I guess. So if we want to go that way, we have one or the other. I think maybe getting the opinion of the rest of council first. And
yes.
Yeah.
So we have the resolution that was included in our package, which says to defer. Can you just read the resolution that you have without, I haven't asked for a mover and seconder, so we're not voting on it, but if.
Sure. Be resolved that council accept the proposed elevation drawings as submitted by Armac Management Corporation, the lands known as concession 8 to 9, part lot 12, registered plan 19R-1658, part 1, township of Dysart, and that council directs staff to include the proposed building elevation as submitted into the draft site plan agreement.
Okay, so we have the two choices on the table. So maybe just with a show of hands to see who are in favor of accepting the site plan as is. Two, three. And who wants to defer for further articulation? Oh, great.
Tiebreaker, Mayor Roberts.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna look like the big meanie. I don't think this is a battle I want to keep fighting. So I will actually break the tie and accept the drawings as is. So you've heard that resolution. I need a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Clark, Councillor McKechnie. Councillor Smith, you want to speak further to it? Go ahead.
Well, I'm shocked that we would be so sensitive. Councillor Clark referred to Halliburton as Banff of the East earlier. I'll tell you that these proposals, as they're presented by this developer, sure wouldn't be erected anywhere near Banff. But it's probably not going to change your mind. I'll just ask that we have a recorded vote so that years from now, when people are asking how it got to be like that, they'll know exactly who did what. Thank you.
Fair enough. So I did get a mover and a seconder for the resolution. And so through the clerk, if you'll go through the vote.
Councillor Clark,
Nay.
Councillor Donaldson,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy,
Nay.
Councillor McKechnie,
You're mute. You're mute, Walt.
Sorry. Yes.
Councillor Smith,
No.
Councillor Wood Roberts,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberts.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that carries with a slim margin. Next item then, we'll move to the memorandum of understanding with the Haliburton County Snowmobile Association. This is just for information.
Thank you. Actually, staff are seeking direction how to proceed. At the council meeting on November 24th, council approved two memorandums of understanding with the Snowmobile Association. In the resolutions for those two agreements, council included direction that staff are to continue to work with the municipality's solicitor and insurance provider for those files. However, at that same meeting, council passed a resolution directing staff to use that same memorandum of understanding submitted by the Snowmobile Association for all future agreements, including the master agreement. So as mentioned, staff are looking for direction from council how to proceed on this. I have provided all comments received to date from both our legal counsel and our insurance provider. And I'm of the opinion that their opinions won't change if I were to seek further comments from them at this time. So I am requesting direction on how to proceed.
I see Councillor Clark first. Go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, Jeff, has the opinion or the observations from Mr. Velblum been passed through to the Snowmobile Association for their consideration? Since this, per Ed's assessment, it does include, or it does increase the liability for council or for the township and us as councilors. It'd be good to know that at least they've looked at this and seen what the increase in liability or the increase in concerns that they've got was the choice of a few of the words that they're using.
Yes, thank you, Larry. And I can confirm that their comments and concerns have been shared with the Snowmobile Association. Based on those, they've also been included on the last couple of council agendas. And based on some concerns, there were some minor amendments made to the agreement, but yes, they have been provided those.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, this bylaw has been passed, and so I don't know why we're debating this, and it's my understanding that the college has since signed off on this agreement as well. So it seems to be in place, and I don't know why it's come back up again.
Because we passed it and we did request that staff do further investigative research into that and come back to council actually. Although there was a desire that the majority of council to pass it in light of the dates and the fact that grooming could have taken place and work on the trails, et cetera, could be taking place. So Councillor Smith, did I see your hand?
Yeah, thanks. I just was going to respond to Deputy Mayor Kennedy's comment. Why it's back is council asked that staff do some work and come back and report on it. The fact of the matter is that many private property owners, other municipalities, conservation authorities have all declined to sign off on the amended contract documents because they didn't want their organization, their taxpayers to assume the additional risk that both our lawyers and our insurance company have pointed out is being borne by signing this agreement. And so, although, yes, we have signed off, the contracts have a 60-day cancellation notice in them, and we could provide notice now that we're uncomfortable with this risk, that our taxpayers have told us they're uncomfortable with this risk, and we'd like to provide notice that we're not going to continue. That's our option. And I think staff has brought this back and made that point. Our lawyer's view, our insurance company's views, other insurance companies' views. As you know, I think I forwarded you a document where the Ontario Good Roads Association went to another insurance company, the one that provides insurance to the majority of municipalities in the province. And their recommendation was the same. Don't sign.
However, the city of Ottawa signed off, city of Timmins. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, some authorities have decided to burden their taxpayers with that additional risk, and others haven't. And obviously, I advocate that we don't take it on. But I only got one vote.
So the only resolution is just to acknowledge receipt of the staff report, which we have on document. Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
I advocate that we do take it on.
Okay. Well, they are signed, and we did ask staff to go back, and I think it's something we have an awful lot on our agenda today, so we can, this, like Councillor Smith said, this doesn't necessarily need to be closed. We have signed the agreement, but it's something that we can continue to investigate and review, and maybe it's something that Deputy Mayor Kennedy and I can take up with our fellow councillors at County Council and see what they're doing in their municipalities that cross through any of their land. We can take this to Roma and ask what other municipalities are doing. So I'm not saying it's not dead in the water, they're signed, but I would say that we have to keep abreast of this. It's signed, but not forgotten. So I do need a motion to move and second the receipt of this report. If I could, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood-Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledge receipt of a staff report regarding legal and insurance advice pertaining to snowmobile agreements. All in favor? Thank you. And lastly, just the planning department update.
Yes, thank you. The last agenda item is for information purposes only. I am pleased to advise that the appeal period for our zoning amendment has passed and there was no appeals received. So all amendments to that zoning bylaw are now in effect, and we will incorporate them into our review process. I did want to advise council of the change in some of these service levels, including provisions relating to docks and rafts and patios and decks, which historically have not always been enforced in this process. This may lead to increased requirements for planning and building approvals, as well as public comments towards their councillors. So I just wanted to advise council of this. Again, it's for information purposes only, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions to Jeff? Great. Okay. No, thank you. So that does it for planning. I thought I'd just touch base with councillors. We still have an awful lot on our agenda, and we have closed session, and Pat and I have a meeting at 4 o'clock. There is a chance that we are going to have to adjourn council meeting for Pat and I to attend the county inaugural meeting. So I don't know how we're going to be able to do that, and I'll have to talk to the clerk at that if we aren't able to finish by 3:50. There may be some items. I don't know if there's any items here so far that we can defer.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I've got Suzanne's mother's 90 years old today, and there's a party, so I've got to be there by 5 o'clock.
Totally fair to plan something at 5 o'clock. We should be done. I just want to be cognizant of the time. So what I'm also going to say, yeah, that's great. And happy birthday, Doris. I'm going to suggest then we keep plowing through if we can till about 1:15 or 10 after 1 or so. We take another 15-minute, which is very short lunch break, and then we will have to go into closed because we have one delegation in closed. So if we're not finished the open session. So that's my thought, is by 1:10, 1:15, we'll take a 15-minute break. Is everyone okay with that? Feel free to block your screen and eat through lunch. But for now, we'll go to fire. We'll bring just quickly the fire department report. And we have Mike Giles coming in as he's just coming into the meeting. I think he can hear me. So the fire department did a fundraiser over the weekend in front of independent grocers, and they were collecting food, doing food drive-in money. So that was really fabulous.
Hello, everybody.
Mike.
Straightforward report. Call volume certainly up for the month. Certainly a lot of that, a large portion of that was the storm we had and several hydro calls. Other than that, status quo, I think.
Okay, and I don't know if you could hear me. I just thanked the firefighters for doing the food drive and donation drive on Saturday. It's great.
Yeah, it was very good.
Good. Okay, any questions to our fire chief today? No, I need a mover seconder to acknowledge receipt of the report. Councillor Clark, seconder. Councillor McKechnie. Be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for November 2020. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, thanks, Mike. We'll bring in Rob, and I'm not sure if John is coming in for all of this, but we'll do public works. And winter is here, as we know, so they're out salting, sanding, plowing, shoveling. Hi, Rob.
Good afternoon.
Oh, jeepers. Yep. Okay, go ahead.
I'll try not to keep you, but we'll see how it goes. So the first report here, just a monthly report from our operations manager. As you've probably noticed, the snow plowing and sanding has been pretty light this year, but the flip side to that is we have some freeze thaw and some wet weather, and it just wreaks havoc on our roads. So it's just like it was April out there again with potholes forming. So we're trying to get around to them all. We're working on it.
Excellent. Anything in the status report or roads department update? I guess it is. So we have a resolution on that, please. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, Councillor Smith. Be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the November 2020 roads department update. All in favor? Carried. All right. Watson Kinesis.
Yeah, so this was a topic of discussion earlier this year. It actually came up last week as well at the budget meeting. So we, staff and council alike, have had complaints about this intersection. You know, by and large, it's described as dangerous. So I spoke with our fire chief. He's not aware of any MVCs up there or car accidents. I'm not aware of any. As far as we can tell, there may be some near misses, but really nothing official, no OPP reports. Moving forward, I did do a rough survey of it. You can see on the map there, it's a very deficient curve. Any improvements would require property acquisition, and basically staff are recommending, if we do want to assess this intersection further, that we take it further and do both roads, Watts and Kinesis Lake. That intersection is not unique. So I don't see the benefit to dealing with one intersection and not the rest of it. We do have a boat launch not far from there with a similar kind of terrain. Well, I shouldn't say terrain, similar issue with the vertical alignment of the road, posing an issue to some people.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to do this detailed report. I can imagine we have an awful lot of, if we started looking at every road alignment and every turning radius in our township, we'd be in a lot of trouble. So you want to speak to that, Rob?
Yeah, and just to follow up, we did discuss as well is I have been given permission to speak to a traffic engineer to assess our entire road network. And if it's the will of council, we can have them assess in a little more detail some of these problem spots we have. I know we have a lot of them, and I don't know how we'd ever prioritize them. But if we do engage in a traffic engineer to do a study, then that would be the time to evaluate these intersections further.
That might be something to consider, and that's the problem, is how do you prioritize them? And each one is huge bucks, and so Councillor, Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Well, we certainly can't slow them down anymore. 30K, that's about as slow as you're going to get unless you're in reverse. Is there any, I've heard suggestions from the private sector that possibly even just brushing would help with the line of sight rather than dramatic reconstruction of the intersection. Is that an option to consider, Rob?
Yeah, we'd be brushing private property.
Is that, but with permission?
Yeah, it's always an option. I don't think we'd get a real favorable response, but if that's my direction, we can move ahead with it.
Okay, Councillor Clark was next, but then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I don't know if, Rob, if there's anything that could be done with additional signage just to warn of it being a dangerous location, set back a bit, or anything that flashes. I don't know if we can put it, it's a long ways out there where this intersection is.
We have to be cautious of the word dangerous. I mean, it could be dangerous walking from here to my car if it's icy. We have cottage roads. They were built a lot of times, as it's been pointed out, as logging roads. Then nobody planned them to turn the direction. It's a huge tackle to impossible, I would say, to try to bring some intersections up to proper alignment. We're not building
hidden intersection or something that terminology was also being used.
But then you need some kind of methodology as well. I mean, if there, for instance, if there had been 10 accidents in 2 years and it was clearly defined that it was because of sight lines, that's different. So it might be someone's perception that it's not safe or whatnot, but we have to look at a whole lot of things before we start realigning intersections. Rob?
Yeah, and some council may not realize, but not that many years ago, there was no signage on that corner at all. There was a stop control coming out of Watts, but we placed some warning signage up to give motorists some warning. Clearly, some or many are not adhering to that signage. So I'm not sure how many signs we want to put up.
Yeah, John, pardon me, I missed you.
Thank you. As Rob mentioned, there's been quite a number of residents in the area that have complained about this intersection. Rob's report, document that's now public, indicates that it's certainly not the perfect intersection. There are issues with it, and he's investigated one solution, which could involve a fair degree of expense. Another solution that wouldn't involve a lot of expense would be to install a couple of stop signs. One for people coming in Kinesis Lake Road and one for people that are going out in Kinesis Lake Road, so that the intersection becomes a three-way stop. That would, I think, dramatically reduce the possibility of a collision, particularly a very serious collision, because the problem right now is that people coming out and turning left, although it appears on this sketch that it's almost a straight line, they are making a left-hand turn off of Kinesis Lake Road onto Watts Road. They can't see the traffic coming from the opposite direction on Kinesis Lake Road. And I've gone out there after I had these complaints and said it's basically a blind left-hand turn. If there was a stop sign for those people coming in and I was making that left-hand turn, they'd be stopped and I could see them. They wouldn't be approaching, potentially at 50 kilometers an hour or higher speed and running into me. My fear now is, frankly, although there hasn't been a serious accident at this intersection, there's been some real close calls, which is what caused the panic in the first place and people raising the concerns. If there is an accident, the OPP could be doing an investigation, and part of that investigation would say this is a very poorly laid out intersection, and we as a municipality would end up being partially responsible for what happened. And as I said, we don't need to acquire new property. We don't need to send out a crew to build a new road or do brushing or anything like that. The cost to be involved here is 2 stop signs. And I think that's where the public was coming from in the first place. Why don't we have a 3-way stop? It's not necessarily a bad suggestion.
Rob, go ahead.
A couple things on that. When I was out there, I did chat with a gentleman who lived in the area, and he was asking what I was doing. So I explained, the suggestions of 3-way stop. I've heard a roundabout was thrown into the mix as well. But in particular, when I mentioned the 3-way stop, he said, well, they don't pay attention to the sign there that's there now. Why are they going to pay attention to a stop sign? And, to your point, Councillor Smith, we put a 3-way stop, you're putting an awful lot of stock into people actually obeying those signs when they come up. So that's just my thought on the stop sign. In the Ontario Traffic Manual, stop signs are not to be used as speed control devices. They're used to assign right of way. So here, I think we're trying to use it to slow people down, and that's not what their intended use was. Having said that, if we want to put them up, yeah, we can put them up.
Councillor Smith?
Well, I wasn't proposing. It was actually Scotty Morrison's son that first brought this thing to my attention. Somebody that's driven in and out of there way more times than most people, and it's not for speed control. It's to avoid an accident. And if we have stop signs there and there is an accident because somebody failed, has come to a complete stop and yield, it's 100% on them. If it's a road design issue, then a portion of responsibility for that motor vehicle accident could be assigned to the municipality. And so again, the suggestion, and I think it's a fair one, let's install a couple of stop signs to reduce the likelihood that there'll ever be a serious accident at that intersection, because most people do stop for a stop sign, or at least come very close to a stop. They roll through it, but they don't go through it at 50 kilometers an hour.
So all good points, and Rob brought up some good points, but for the sake of the length of our meeting, I'm going to ask for a mover and seconder to acknowledge receipt of the staff report. I think I'm going to give Rob some time to think about the 3-way stop option, or also report back on the full engineering report, because I don't want to just put out little fires because this is identified. We have a lot of intersections throughout our municipality. So let's just receive your report today, and we'll put that thought on hold. Rob, if you can come back to us with that. Is that okay?
Sure. Okay.
So I need a mover seconder to receive this. Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the staff report regarding the alignment of Kinesis Lake Road at Watts Road as information. And I don't have it in the resolution, but Rob, I suppose we expect further discussion on this. Is that okay? Further options? Okay. And all in favor? Great. Thank you, carried. Highway service reduction due to the COVID-19.
Yeah, so this was discussed at our control group 2 meetings ago. So basically, this was triggered by an email sent out by OGRA, and really what the municipal responsibilities are under OREG 23902 during the pandemic. Excuse me. So we do have an obligation to service these roads in a certain timeline. During a pandemic, due to staffing shortages, we may not be able to meet those timelines. And all this policy does is outline what we will be doing and how our priorities will change if we have a staffing shortage. So the new MMS, or OREG 23902, which was updated in 2018, it speaks to actions that municipality can take that are reasonable. So basically, if we have nobody to run all our snowplows, we got to do what's reasonable, and we have to do what we can with what we have. So all this does is, if we run low on resources, it outlines how we will prioritize our winter maintenance. On the last page there, it's the roads that we will endeavor to keep open as best we can with what we have. Short of doing this, our final recourse would be to basically convene the control group and pass a bylaw to close the roads through maintenance. And legally that deems them in a state of repair. And not to say that we couldn't plow them when they are closed, but this policy really gives us a lot of flexibility leading up to that point.
Okay. And the policy is when COVID-19's gone away, policy is not in effect anymore.
It's very specific to this winter.
That's right. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Rob, I think it's terrific that you're planning ahead and thinking about this sort of contingency and having an approach in place. I have to say I was curious about the sidewalks in the village being placed at the top of the list. Days past, I owned homes in different communities with sidewalks out in front, and as a homeowner, it was my responsibility to shovel those sidewalks. And I'm old enough to remember when businesses took the responsibility of shoveling the sidewalks in front of their business because it was good to get the customers in and out. And I know that we've taken on some of that responsibility in the village. And in the normal event, terrific. But if we've got a staffing issue because of a COVID pandemic outbreak, why would those sidewalks be at the very top of the list as opposed to some of the roads that may be important for emergency vehicles to get out and be able to access someone who's in a dangerous situation, life-threatening situation, and so forth?
By and large, it's been my experience that people outfit their cars a little better than their footwear in the winter. So we do get, not that we have a lot of slips and trips, but it's a very real possibility. And what we do find is certainly on freezing rain days, people have to come to town for their quart of cream and their newspaper. So we do find that town seems to be kind of the hub, regardless of the weather. Having said that, under the daily priorities, that's still assuming we have more than one staff member. Only if we have one staff member, I'm probably going to go skip to the last page of this and start at the top of the list and start running until, the guy's got to go to sleep kind of thing. So, but generally, yeah, we're starting in the village hub and working our way out. If we picked any other area, it would strictly be a shot in the dark, quite honestly. The fire trucks could go any direction at any given time. So short of staffing a snowplow at the fire hall, we really don't know where they're going.
And I wasn't debating the roads. I understand the roads in the village. If you had said they're at the top of the list, and then go to the other roads that are listed further in your appendix, but the sidewalks was the one that surprised me the most.
Mm-hmm. And we had quite a discussion. It was last winter actually on accessible parking. So no, we actually increased our level of service on sidewalks again last year because of accessibility. Absolutely. If we want to change this around, I got no problem with that, but we had to start somewhere.
Okay, Mallory, did you want to add to that?
Hi, Rob kind of touched on it. I think if you have mobility issues, it's quite crucial that the sidewalks are cleared and buy food in the event of a snowstorm or something like that. So that's probably why we focus on them right now.
I would say too, the many business owners shovel their sidewalks, especially, if it's snowing at 11 or 12, like during the day, they'll be shoveling. You see them out in front of their shops shoveling the sidewalks, but it is just a policy for COVID in the event of short staff. Councillor Smith?
It's terrific. And as I said, it's great. But I'd like to think that, we would place the roads again for those emergency vehicle access higher on the list. And I propose that we take the sidewalks in the village in the eventuality that this crisis actually arises and move it further down the list so that the roads are available for accessing somebody whose life is at risk.
Okay, Rob?
Yeah, the only point, and the last point I can only make on this is that makes sense as long as people don't start using the roads to use as sidewalks. So by not plowing the sidewalks, if we push them out onto the road, I'm not sure we created a real safe situation for them.
So we do have this as proposed. Is there support for it as it's proposed? So Councillor Clark, you want to move that? Councillor McKechnie seconded. So be it resolved that council acknowledge receipt of a policy regarding potential highway service reduction due to COVID-19 pandemic as information. All in favor? And that's carried. The investing in ICIP program is next.
Yeah, this is a moving target. I got to be honest with you. We were approached last week by the county for a joint application through the ICIP program for a multi-use pathway along County Road 21 from Industrial Park westerly to Curry Motors. And so basically, as part of the joint application, we do require council support from both levels of government. So in discussion with the county, they have a corridor study that was done in 2017. This money would support some recommendations in that study, being the pedestrian crossover at Industrial Park. So that's going to be the lion's share of their portion. There will be some realignment required at the trailhead coming to Industrial Park, and then some engineering required between Industrial Park and Curry Motors, including some significant culvert by the looks of it. So this was all very top level when we had our meeting. The funding from this, there will be no cost to municipalities through this. It's funded through the bilaterally through the feds and the provinces. So what we're asking for is council support to submit an application for the construction of a multi-use pathway, including all related infrastructure to occur in 2021. So the only thing that's not mentioned in this is there will be some required engineering work, which hasn't been really discussed at our level. We're more interested in getting the support from council up front. So that will be a cost that the county would have to bear because we just don't have the resources for any of that. So as far as engineering, administration, and design, we're really gonna have to rely heavily on the county on this one.
Who would actually make the application? We heard at our budget meeting that managing grants is hugely time consuming. If we do a situation like this, who's the lead and how does that work?
Looks like we're gonna be the lead on the application, and hopefully once the application is done, we can kind of hand it off.
Okay.
I'm hoping.
Okay. We have this on our county agenda tomorrow as well.
Yes.
So for any Dysart councillors that want to look at the county agenda, it's referring to exactly the same thing. I mean, this is money coming down from the other levels of taxpayers. It's still taxpayer money, but I think this would be an opportunity that we should take and work with the county, and that corridor is getting busier and busier, and people are walking, they are biking, and we have to make that safe. So I'm not sure if there's any further comments or there's just a resolution to support. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, I support the resolution. Just the only thing, I'm not sure if this is the right place to do it. I really question this pedestrian walkover at Industrial Park Road rather than a set of lights. I'm thinking you and I have had this discussion many times. I don't know if that's up for, is it an option or is it?
Ultimately, it's the county's corridor, so it's whatever they want to proceed with.
Okay, thank you.
We did bring that up in our meeting with them, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and they did indicate that they could reuse the walkover equipment, which depends what the standards are at that time in the future, whether it's reality or not, but that was a discussion we did have as well.
I struggle with the pedestrian crossover at Halbium. I walk at least 3 times a week and I press that light and it shocks me, the vehicles that don't even slow down when that light is flashing. So if I was a kid and just or not thinking of it, oh, I press the button and just walk out, I Pat, you'd be chairing the meeting. So it's the flashing light is not working. It's not, people don't understand it's mandatory. So, sorry, Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. Just on that, and in support of Deputy Mayor Kennedy's suggestion for traffic lights, in the city of Toronto, they actually have replaced pedestrian crosswalks at a number of locations with real traffic lights because of the very issue that you highlight, drivers not stopping. And unfortunately, in the city of Toronto, there's been fatalities. Pedestrians have been struck by cars that just flew through. But the traffic lights seem to work in terms of getting people to stop. So from a safety point of view, in addition to dealing with the traffic in and out of Industrial Park, that makes a lot of sense. Add another point I wanted to highlight here, if I might, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
This whole development, it's great that the county's doing this planning out on the county road corridor. But as more and more developments occurring out there, the risk to the downtown portion of the village is just escalating. And we've got a lot of vacant storefronts there now. And I fear as more development happens out in the county road, we're going to go the same direction of so many communities across Southern Ontario whose downtown has been gutted because of the construction of new big box stores, small box stores outside of that downtown. And we're not as big as some of those cities, but we've got an attractive downtown, something that the community's invested in, something we're still paying for every year with repayment of loans and so forth. This council, because we're responsible for the downtown, not the county road, this council has to step up and develop a plan as to what we expect downtown to be and what's going to have to happen in terms of changing its nature for it to thrive and survive in the future. And that's on us. We got to look at that plan as a paramount responsibility.
Couple things there. 2 businesses just opened last week on the main street, a barber shop and a sporting goods store. So there's not as many empty storefronts as you think, which is great, which is really nice to see. And also, I just want to check, this resolution just says that we will support the joint investment, and perhaps in the details in terms of crosswalk or whatnot, we still apply, but we can work out the details of whether, and Pat and I can bring that up tomorrow with the county, that our concerns over the crosswalk. It doesn't mean that we can pass this resolution now, would be my suggestion, because we've read it, it's in our package. And Rob?
Just to make one point, if it's going to be discussed, we can't really wordsmith the application too much at this point because it is due in 6 days. So
yeah,
we have to get something in there. We'll try and word it that we have a bit of leeway.
Okay. Okay, so do I have a mover seconder to move this forward? Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that Council supports the Joint Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program application with the County of Haliburton to the COVID-19 Resilience Infrastructure Stream for continued development within the County 21 corridor. The proposal will include connectivity to the existing multi-use pathway, an extension westward along County Road 21, and include, include a pedestrian crossover at Industrial Park Road. So that's the resolution. I've read it. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, so that passes. That does not to say that Pat and I won't bring it up tomorrow when it's on our agenda tomorrow, the concerns about the crossover. So here's the thing, trying to look at the clock and trying to be cognizant of the time. The next item could take an hour. John's laughing. You're on mute, but that's good. It really could. And I'm wondering if I'm going to ask council, even though I'm chairing, I want to see if everybody, there's a lot to discuss here. We have a next budget meeting on January 8th. Would it be okay with council if we deferred this to making any decisions? Rob, would you be okay? Council, would you be okay if we discuss this at our January 8th budget meeting? Otherwise, we could be here, and Walt will definitely we'll miss Walt because he'll be at a birthday party. So it's my suggestion that we defer until the January 8th to discuss. We're not putting out any tenders yet. There's a lot to talk about here. Deputy Candidate Pat, I can't even talk. I need food.
I definitely support this, Madam Mayor. It'll give us a chance to look at it, and staff presented a zero-based budget starting with, and I'm still going through notes and opportunities perhaps that we can look at and still keep with our, we said we'd do 1.5 million, live or die by that sword. So I have no issue with waiting and doing some more time to do some more questions with Rob. I know I cornered him yesterday in between meetings and asked him a couple, and there's a lot going on here. So I think a little more time for staff, and cognizant of the time constraints for today as well.
That's all. And I wouldn't want to rush this. There's a lot to talk about here. Councillor Smith?
Just a question for Rob. One of the things that you did well early this year, or it could even been the previous year, I guess it was 2 years ago, where you got an RFP out early in the year to lock in some contracting resource to do the workforce. What time frame were you thinking that you needed to get that RFP out for the contracted services for this program, whether it's these roads or some other roads? There's 30 odd kilometers of roads that you'll want to address in 2021. When does that RFP need to go out?
I was hoping February sometime.
Okay. So I'd be fine then if, I know people are interested in this, not only councillors, but the public at large is very interested in this. But if we'll have a more fulsome discussion January 8th, I'm okay with that.
Well, the nice thing is that and having separated budget meetings to the council meetings, it does give us if it's an all-day budget meeting, so be it. So that's great. I think we have support to defer this, Rob. I know you're all ready to talk, but I'm just cognizant of the time, and we did have 2 hours of delegation. So that report, can that be included on our budget discussion, January 8th? You're happy with that? Okay, great. Thank you. So that means we can move to, and it's out in the public purview, which is actually good. It's on the agenda, so anyone watching today can contact their councillors or talk to people. It gives us a little bit more time. So that goes to the recycling, garbage, construction, demolition, waste, blah, blah, blah. John.
All right. So we currently have agreements with Mid-Ontario to disposal for both recycling and garbage, and also for construction and demolition. We've just asked they gave us a proposal for an extension of those 2 agreements for 2021. It's a 4% price increase for both agreements. And basically those price increases are primarily results of changes in the marketplace, including rising costs for processing and decreased marketability of some recyclables. And the costs would come out of the 2021 environmental budget.
Okay, so questions for John on this? Any questions? John, go ahead.
Thank you. So there's basically, for most of the services, a 4% increase. And I was wondering, by what margin did Mid-Ontario win the last competitive RFP?
I'd have to go back and look. That was before my time, so I'm not sure of the answer of that. Robert, Mallory, do you happen to know offhand?
Not off the top of my head. What about you, Rob?
Oh, we looked at it not that long ago, John, but I can't think of the number. I'll try and search right now.
All right, just I'll tell you that from a point of view of appearance that we're doing our job from a diligence perspective. For this report, for services that are going to be required effective January 1st, in other words, 16 days from now, if council wasn't happy with this recommendation, there's really not time for you to do an RFP and bring forward an alternative for approval. And so it would have been, frankly, better, and the public perception that we're on top of these things, this had to come forward in, say, October. And we said, okay, well, it looks like it's a reasonable thing to do, blah, blah, blah. And, but now, as I said, it's starting 16 days from now. We couldn't do an RFP now and get a response back and award it. So it's just a suggestion for going forward.
Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple things there. So absolutely, if council wants to go back to RFP, we can absolutely do that. We can turn that around relatively quick. In the meantime, we would be negotiating with Mid-Ontario to get us through, you know, to bridge those two contracts. I don't foresee that being a problem. But in Mid-Ontario's defense, it was written into the RFP that they had to submit in November for an extension. And on my part, I'll eat that one. I should have had an earlier date in that. But yeah, they're supposed to, if they wanted to extend with their proposal, they had to respond to us in November of that given year.
So Rob, John, just a sec, John, and you can answer back. Rob, that being said, we're have this to extend the agreement to December 31st. Is there somewhere in here that we could put notification that we would need to know by October if they want to extend again?
Yeah, sure we can.
So that would be more realistic. Does that suit Councillor Smith? So we accept
September.
Or September is even better.
Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable to give Mid-Ontario an extension. They won a competitive RFP, more than a year ago. And, I've heard big complaints about the service level they're providing us. It seems ridiculous that they're hauling our waste off to Watford, Ontario, but, that's on them. But it just from an appearance point of view and from a management process point of view, for us to be evaluating this now or being asked this question now, it's really too late. And so my suggestion, not here to say it's been a terrible execution, but just from the point of view of the future, we should get at these things a little earlier in the cycle when we really do have genuine options available. That's all I was encouraging.
No, good point. So that's what I'm trying to work in so that we approve it, that it goes to December 31st, but that we put in a tighter time frame for if they're asking for an extension going into 2022. Okay. So mover and seconder for this then, if I could, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council approve recycling, garbage and construction and demolition waste hauling and processing agreement with extensions with Mid-Ontario Disposal from January 1st to December 31st, 2021. All in favor? And that's carried. One last thing under Public Works, which is a revised inclement weather policy regarding our landfills.
Yeah, so we've always had a policy around inclement weather and when a landfill would be warranted to be closed. We basically just tried to update the policy to make it a bit more clear about who makes that decision and the steps to notify council and other staff that the sites have been closed and to notify the public, importantly. So it's just an updated policy for review.
Okay, any questions on this policy? Nope, excellent. So mover and seconder. Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council approve the revised inclement weather policy landfills dated December 15th, 2020. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. So thanks for that, and that was a lot shorter by way of being able to defer a major discussion to budget. Mallory, I'm just going to ask you a question. Is it this is when I proposed that we would take a 15-minute very fast lunch break. Do we go into closed and do I pass a resolution to go into closed so that the administrators, do you know what I'm saying? It's a bit of a tricky.
You'd like to go into closed before we take the break, you mean?
Yes, and so that, but we were stating in public that the first 15 minutes of closed session are our recess. It's just very difficult to put up the thing for recess and then to bring everybody back in and go into closed and then put up closed.
Yep, let's go into closed.
The logistics. So I'm going to go into closed and fully acknowledge the first 15 minutes are recess. If people wonder why we went to closed so long, I just need the resolution. Just a minute. Okay. So I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 1:12 p.m. to discuss matters pursuant to section 239-2 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended pertaining to a proposed disposition of land by the municipality in the township of Dysart, property in Industrial Park, a proposed acquisition of land in the township of Havelock, properties abutting the Conesus Lake Transfer Station, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, which is Claxon Lake, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organization. Electronic waste recycling collection and processing proposals. And lastly, personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees. All in favor? That was a lot to read, Mallory. That carries. So I will let the administrators go into closed, and if you could be back at your desks at 1:15, we will be in closed, so you may still be 1:30. What did I say? It is 1:15. 1:30. If you can be back at your desks, and please feel free to continue your lunch as we keep working forward. So we are now in closed. Yeah. Okay, so we are back in open session now, and there's one resolution that I'm going to read that is coming out of closed session. It was moved by Tammy Donaldson, second by Walt McKechnie. Be it resolved that council approves the updated non-union salary grid as presented by Marianne Love Consulting, and further that it be implemented effective January 1st, 2021. All in favor? Okay, and that carries. And now we are going to building and bylaw, and we're on a bit of a time crunch. Staff, sorry about that. Too much on one agenda. Anyway, let's find the first item, which is the building permit report.
So a building permit report, there should be nothing to, no issues with that. If there's any questions on it, I could definitely answer any.
Don't think so. sorry, Mallory, just to keep things going, do you want me to save these reports for the next council meeting, or can I take the vote?
I think if they're a standard report, they could be saved. They could be deferred for a next status update. You've already initiated this topic, so we can pass this, but
Yeah, we initiate this, but other than that, if they're reports, I'm just going to move along for the sake of time. So I will ask for a mover and seconder on the building permit report. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be resolved that council received the November 2020 building permit activity report for information. All in favor? And that's carried. The next thing is the bylaw report, so I'm going to defer that. Sorry, Robert, just we have to move on. Thanks. But the third thing I'm not, so Bree, there you go, electronic permitting solutions.
So Bree's here to answer any questions. She did most of the research on this, prepared the report. I'll just give a brief background on it. So back in about March, we were contacted by Cloud Permit, who had a portal option for building permit submissions. The portal itself is a really neat concept. It allows people to apply for their building permits. So essentially somebody has to create a login account. Then they can submit building permit applications. They can all electronically, and all the communication would happen on the portal. We would move the application along in the portal. So from permit application to plans review to permit issuance, and people can track that progress through the portal. They can apply for they can request inspections through the portal and immediately see results of inspection, so they don't have to drive to the job site to get copies of the of those inspection reports. So what we've done is because even though Cloud Permit was the one that contacted us originally, we did look at other options, and it actually turns out that a better option existed, which was CityView. CityView now actually offers a portal and a mobile option. About 3 years ago, we actually investigated the mobile option, and it didn't really give us any benefit. Adding that to the portal option, it definitely gives us a big benefit, not only to us, but to the users themselves, the applicants, the builders. Makes it a lot easier for them to communicate with us and submit applications. So what we're proposing is definitely going with CityView over a 5-year period, even though it's a higher upfront cost. You might remember me saying that at the budget meeting. It's a higher upfront cost, but over the 5-year period, it's a lower cost than Cloud Permit would be. Any questions on the portal or Cloud Permit options?
Well, it was an excellent report. It was so thank you, Bree, for doing all that research on that and costing. And over the 5 years, it's really interesting to look at the one that maybe has a little more upfront cost is actually a cost reduction, and it's what we're using CityView for other things. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's terrific to be looking at using technology to improve both customer service and productivity. And as the mayor said, it's a good report. I had a couple of questions from it. The option that you selected there, their proposal said their pricing does not include online payments. So I was curious as to how are we going to handle electronic payments if it's not this particular service?
So my understanding is that it would tie into what we offer for online payments right now. So through our eSolutions process, which handles online payments right now, and it'll be tied in through that component. CityView doesn't offer payment through their system. It would have to go through our back-end system. Is that what you understand, Bree?
Yeah, so I think essentially that would be a conversation that would have to happen with like the accounting department and such like that. But basically, whoever we've established like a contract with or whatever for our background stuff, so anything that comes through our website has to go through a payment company of some sort, whether it's Paymentus or something along those lines. And that's essentially what CityView is saying, is that they don't have a program for like encrypting the payments and stuff, But so it would be kind of us on the back end that would have to set that up, but we would have something established already through the e-solutions.
Okay, I just think it's important that we offer electronic payments.
Absolutely. Barbara
Given the
wants,
given the proposal didn't offer that, I wanted to make sure you've got something in mind, and that's great. The second question, they're not hosting this; they're just providing you a license. So, have you talked to the IT department about them providing the server capacity to run this application on?
Yes, definitely. We talked to IT. They don't have any concerns with their server capacities.
Okay.
We made that clear. They made that clear to us that they don't have any concerns with their server capacities.
Great. Thank you.
okay, thanks, John. I think Barbara wanted to talk about the electronic payment method.
Yeah, so with the launch of the new website, we actually have an e-commerce solution, and that is being handled through Bambora. So however you decide to integrate the payment portion, we have that infrastructure set up. It would just be how you're going to set that up on the website. I believe you might have to use Form Builder to get the form going for the actual payment.
Yeah, it could just be a side process like that,
Yeah.
Barb, just build a form and process it through.
You need something to kind of link the payment, because you're going to receive a variety of payments through the website.
That's already set up
to
through
connect
the-
it to a particular building permit.
That's all taken care of through the system.
Terrific. Thank you.
So my only question is, I can't remember what we had put in for your, as a general budget line for the 2021 budget, and when would you look at implementing this?
So it was, we actually put in only 7,000, which was actually a cloud permits fee. So we actually, we're going with cloud permit that short of a time ago. So it'll be increased. We do have the money in our, in the building reserves to cover that. And we hope to get this implemented as soon as possible. So we're hoping to get it implemented for the, early 2021.
Great. Okay. I do have a resolution for that to direct staff to pursue City View. Mover seconder. Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with option 3 as outlined in the electronic permitting solution staff report to upgrade City View to include the mobile and portal functions with an aim to implement new processes before the peak building season in 2021. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, and then lastly is the septic reinspection RFP results.
Okay, so through the bids and tenders, we did receive one bid. It was from WSP, so they're a very professional company that has a specialty in septic re-inspections. They currently do Minden's and Algonquin Highlands septic re-inspections. The fee per property would be to work out to $257.64 with tax. So that would be invoiced back to the homeowner once we receive the invoices. So again, I don't have any concerns with their proposal. It met all our criteria. They had a very good plan in place of how they're going to do the work. If you had time to review it, I just hit on some of the highlights in my report. And I recommend that we go with WSP to do our septic reinspection. Each area will take 1 year, except for area 4, which is the largest. It's going to take them 2 years to complete that. So the septic reinspection will be done much quicker than what we anticipated originally.
Carl, you and I talked quickly this morning about the, and later on we have a letter just from the president of MACA requesting to where there are lakes that are sensitive to put them up the list, if you will. So can you speak to that for me?
Sure. Yeah, I don't see an issue with bumping up areas. So if we have to go to area 4 or 5 before area 3, because of certain circumstances, I don't see that being an issue. They're still using the same criteria. We just have to give them enough advance notice definitely something I'll be talking to them before we enter into a contract, but I don't see an issue with that. If council chooses to go, skip an area to hit another targeted area for whatever reason.
Well, it may not be a whole of Area 4, it may be one specific lake in Area 4 that they're actually requesting that they want to be sped up on the process. So questions for Carl on the RFP? Councillor Kennedy, Deputy Mayor, pardon me.
Follow up. I think you and I are on the same wavelength, Madam Mayor, almost like a strike force where the company carries on with their normal thing, and then we have an issue on a certain lake. If they could take one inspector and hit some target areas on that specific lake, I think I'd like to hear a discussion on that, because we have a request from another lake as well. I think it's important that we respond to public issues like this quickly and get in front of them. So any help they can give us on that front.
Great. Councillor Smith. Then Councillor McKechnie.
Did you want Councillor McKechnie first?
I'm sorry, I didn't see his hand first. If he was first, please go ahead, Walt.
Doesn't matter to me. I'm going to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You're
no, I was just going to say to Carl, is there any chance that we could go inspect the systems that are really, really, really old first?
So it'll be very difficult to identify them that way. It'll be very time consuming, and our current staff workload, we wouldn't be able to organize the septics that way. But once we go through one round, they're going to classify the septics that are I guess potential issues. So maybe the next time around we can target those ones first. So if we use, let's say, WSP for the second round of inspections, then they'll have that list that they can go to those targeted inspections first. But this time around, there's just too many septics to be able to classify them that way. Our programming doesn't allow us to do that, our software.
Could we do any type of marketing or social media, trying to get the landowners to be proactive, that if their systems are 30, 40, 50, 60 years old, to kind of reach out for help and seeing if their system's okay?
Well, that's part of the septic reinspection, right? So there's going to be a large component of educational components that go out with the initial letter and then during the inspection. So all these things will target whether or not, or identify whether or not that septic is functioning as it's intended to function. So that's what we expect to find out through this inspection program.
So if I try to promote up in my ward in all my lakes, anybody who has a septic system that's 30, 40, 50, 60 years old, please be proactive. Is that okay?
So what do you mean by proactive?
Well, like get inspected. Don't wait for 2-3 years from now if your system's 50 years old.
I think Councillor McKechnie, are you requesting that that person have a private inspector? WSP
yes.
would not be in that, say, Area 2's Redstone and whatnot. So somebody on Halliburton Lake or Eagle Lake wants to have an inspection done this year because they are trying to be proactive. Can they get a private inspector and still hand that in? That's, I think, what you're...
Yeah, that's probably it.
As long as it meets our bylaw and it meets our guideline, would we accept an inspection done from a third party? Is that possible?
So it's not something that we requested on the RFP, but we'd probably have those. So if they did want to do that private inspection, then we'd probably want WSP to review those private reports, and there'd probably be a cost to that. So it's something I can talk to them about if we want to include that into the.
They could still do it if they were concerned, if like from their own pocket, if they wanted to as well. Like
Yeah, they can do that as well, and prepare for the WSP inspection like that. That's an option, I guess, rather than just getting the third party to do it and then WSP reviews their report.
Well, what I'm worried about is like our place here. I mean, I put in a new septic system 2 years ago, and I probably didn't have to right away, but I knew that it was at the end. I'm listening to the contractor and also a pumper. So I tried to be proactive and did, got a new one put in. I'm sure there's a lot of places, and my septic system was 40 to 50 years old. So I just think there's a lot of them out there that, they should be getting them fixed before they are really doing some harm.
Yeah, and again, it's underground, right? So nobody knows what condition their septic's in until it's reviewed. So again, this is a process. This is why we're doing a septic reinspection program, to be able to identify those ones with issues. So
I guess what I'm just trying to say here is I just wish that we could, in a nice way, ask people to be proactive.
So Carl, can you ask WSP if the person had a third party, if WSP reviewed it, would that classify and that could go on if they were in not the zone or the area that is being inspected that summer?
Yeah, we definitely. I know Algonquin Highlands has that process in theirs, and they charge a fee to review those reports. Fair. So we'll talk about that with WSP before we enter the contract, and we'll include that in our fees bylaw if we do have that process for sure.
Thank you. Excellent. John?
Thank you. Well, it just bridging off the comments that both Deputy Mayor Kennedy made and Councillor McKechnie. Terrific that there's an interest in responding to the lake associations who are anxious that these be done, and those lake associations ask that we maintain a level 4 inspection with a pump out. So and to Councillor McKechnie's point of being responsive, encouraging people to go ahead and get their inspection done right away, how would Carl feel about allowing property owners to continue with level 4 inspections performed by a recognized third party, somebody who's got all the qualifications, so that the lake associations could this winter and spring be educating and training their members and encouraging them to go ahead, not waiting for WSP to get there in 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 years, but actually get the inspection done in the spring, summer of 2021 as a level 4. Be certain that you've got a fully functioning and clean system that's not adding phosphorus to our waters, contributing to the outbreaks that we have occurring in several of our lakes right now. So, and then just like the people in Area 2 that already got their inspection done during 2019 or 2020, WSP doesn't need to do anything. They've got an approved system. So could we allow the lake associations that privilege, knowing that there are inspectors out there?
Yeah, so there's going to be a process where somebody has to review that report. So on Walt's comment, there's going to have to be so WSP would have to review those reports. We're giving the inspection report process to them. So again, if WSP agrees to that, I don't see why they wouldn't to review their reports. And if somebody wants to get their tank pumped out during the report, that's fine. I don't think there would be an issue with that for sure. Yeah, so we can definitely work that into the process. We didn't build that into the RFP, but again, there'll be a cost to it for WSP to review them, the reports as they come in. But I don't see there being an issue with it.
I don't either, and that would be the homeowner's choice. We do.
Well, just if the cost is going to be $75, somebody might say, well, that's excessive. If it's an administrative charge of $12 or $15, well, maybe the lake associations could encourage their membership to bear that. But
somebody's
we've
got
already
$1
got a
million
program.
cottage and they're going to worry about $75.
Some will, and they're not all in $1 million cottages either.
And I want to end this, but like you said there, that there's some lakes that are being affected right now. Well, they haven't pumped any lakes out in Algonquin Park. And there's issues in Algonquin Park too. So
just to keep us on track, Councillor Smith, just wrap it up, and if you don't mind. Otherwise, we are going to have to adjourn for an hour and reconvene at like 5 o'clock. So.
Well, my feelings on the downgrading the inspections as we're doing here, but I worry about a situation here. Just, well, multiple times in this meeting, in our previous meeting, in fact, the day the RFP was approved, we talk about the importance of supporting local businesses. We issued a proclamation encouraging people to shop locally. And here we are issuing an RFP, a very complicated RFP. We get one response from a company that's headquartered in Quebec. They've got a regional office in Toronto. They have no local presence whatsoever. And we're going to reward them with telling every property owner on the waterfront here, spend $228 plus HST with this outside organization, taking away business that until this year, local businesses were able to respond to and complete that work. As the representatives of the Canisius Lake Association told us, their property owners spent over $400,000 locally on a septic inspection program. We're talking about spending over $300,000 in 2021, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Each year, over $300,000 is going to leave our community. Is this a case where we're saying to our property owners, well, do as we tell you, shop locally, but when we're spending your money for you, we're spending it outside outside of our community? Is that really what we're saying? Is that the kind of position? Proclamations, slogans like buy close by, shop locally, and so forth? It doesn't matter because it's about septic inspection.
Councillor Smith,
Yep.
we know your position. We'll understand to have a resolution on the table. I am trying to be a fair and good chair right now with the understanding that Deputy Mayor Kennedy and I have a 4 o'clock extremely important inaugural meeting for County Council. Do we have a mover and seconder for this resolution? Councillor Clark.
Well, does nobody care about local businesses?
Absolutely, there will be a benefit as well. So these people will have to live up here and stay in hotels up here and buy gas and shop up here. And we've asked staff that if people want to pursue having their own private inspection or whatever we were calling that
So we're saying to the public at large here.
That's not on this resolution. That may be your anger.
It is on this resolution. You're saying here we issue an RFP, we receive one bid, a single bid in response to it. Well, that's okay. And local businesses be damned. Did anybody ask why we only received one bid?
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Wood Roberts. I can't answer why the only one company bid. I can't answer those questions. This is the way we're moving forward. Staff.
Shouldn't we be concerned that only one party was able to respond to an RFP for more than $1 million worth of services? Shouldn't we be concerned that the price of our inspections is higher than it is in Minden Hills or in Algonquin Highlands?
Can we just move on? We've already discussed all this. We've heard this a lot of times already. That's not today's business.
So I have moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts.
Have a recorded vote on this, please.
Absolutely.
I want the community to know who doesn't support local businesses.
Councillor Smith, that is uncalled for and unfair. We are moving forward with the septic reinspection program that we've been discussing for about 1.5 years now. And we are trying to pass a resolution with the eye on the clock because I have a meeting at 4 o'clock in 29 minutes. And you're pontificating about local business. It's uncalled for. Be it resolved that council accept the proposal by WSP to complete septic reinspection program and further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into an agreement with WSP for provision of septic reinspection services and with direction to staff further that you investigate how they would accept third-party septic inspection programs. Recorded vote, please, Mallory.
Councillor Clark,
Yes.
Councillor Donaldson,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Councillor McKechnie,
Looks, Councillor McKechnie is no longer in the room.
No, he's here.
Unmute, sorry.
Yes, sorry, sleep at the
That's
wheel.
okay.
Sorry.
I know you have to leave.
Councillor Smith,
No.
Councillor Wood Roberts,
Yes.
Mayor Roberts.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion carries. Thank you, Carl. So the next section is finance. So wherever there are just reports, I am not reading those resolutions. The only one I'm going to jump to is the tax adjustments. So that's item 8D. And I need a mover and a seconder to authorize those tax adjustments. Councillor Wood Roberts and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that council authorizes tax adjustments for applications made under section 357 Municipal Act 2001 as amended as follows. They are listed there. All in favor? Carried, thank you. The benefit renewal, good news, something actually went down. Mover and seconder for that. Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council approve the employee benefit coverage proposal from Desjardins and Green Shield for renewal effective January 1st, 2021. All in favor?
I have a question, actually.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the report there talks about travel as an item and also retirees under Green Shield. Do we provide travel insurance benefits coverage for retirees?
Barbara, Tamara?
Yeah, so that there is for employees, retired employees, and if they choose to take the extension of benefits, then they would be subject to travel benefit.
Do they pay the full cost of those travel benefits, or are we paying them?
No, what happens is depending upon what plan they sign up for, the based on our policy, they can get benefits for up to 2 years after retirement.
Is that something that's negotiated as a part of a collective agreement, or is it something?
No, it's it's a policy. It's one of our municipal policies.
That's a pretty significant benefit for people that are over 65 to travel, to Florida, for example. And I'm wondering about the appropriateness of doing that. Has council evaluated that in the past in recent times?
It mirrors the union contract, which is negotiated. And not uncommon. It's the same benefit provided through all the local plans as well.
Okay, so I read the resolution and we'll take the vote. All in favor? I can remember what I'm doing. Carried. And lastly, the lease agreement with the community living building, Community Living Trent Highlands. Seeing as the sale has not gone through, I would imagine that whenever the date of the sale that does go through, then the lease is null and void. We don't have to worry about that right now, right?
Yeah, it should be fairly soon. We've got the well drilled now and we're working to get the water system switched over, hopefully December 21st or 22nd. So we may be cleaned up sooner than we thought.
That's fabulous. Okay, so mover seconder to renew the lease. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-80 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a lease agreement between the municipality and Community Living Trent Highlands be read a first, second, third time passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Carried. A couple things in administration. The county requesting support. Any comment from staff on that?
Nope, just it's outlined pretty well in the letter from the county.
Yep. Okay, to keep the ball rolling, mover and seconder, please. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Supports the County of Haliburton application under the National Disaster Mitigation Program Funding Intake 2020 to be used for hydraulic and I'm not going to talk anymore, hydrologic models, determination of the regulatory floodline of the Gull River and Burnt River systems, risk assessments, flood mapping, mitigation, planning, and prevention. All in favor? Thank you. I'm going to defer this to service delivery review because if there's any questions or comments, we do not have time today to do that. As well, we did set a doodle poll though to talk about Dysart service delivery review, and
so set a date.
Set a date for that, but also think that we should be talking the two together at the same time. So I'm deferring this.
And there is a process in place being developed at the county to deal with the county service delivery review right now. So that'll start.
So this needs to come back to council though, but we'll also, that's great. Lastly, under administration is we have the letter from Peter Dilworth that I referenced when we were talking about possibly going to certain lakes or certain areas where they're actually requesting, where they feel that there are issues. And I actually spoke with him over the weekend. So don't know if there's any further comment. I know he's been speaking with you, Larry. Any further comment on that? Councillor Smith?
What a couple of questions with respect to that. I know if Carl's not here now, but with this new contract with WSP, what is the cancellation term in there? The document that he provided to us didn't say that. You know, if we're locked in for all 5 years, you know, none of you, when you were running 2 years ago, criticized the existing septic inspection bylaw. Less than 2 years from now, there'll be another election. What if the next council wants to go back to a level 4 without WSP? We should make sure that that contract allows us to cancel it on, you know, some relatively short notice, 60 days notice or whatever. We shouldn't be locked in for the full 5 years. That would be placing a burden on the upcoming council. I'd also note that Carl's language in that report still has in it the property owners are the ones that need to assess the qualifications of the pumper. Property owners do not have the capability to assess the qualifications of the pumper.
Are we talking about the letter from Peter Dilworth?
No, he's talking about the septic inspection program. So yes, I've asked about it.
So Tamara, can you, because Carl's off the meeting, can you relay that request to check the terms of cancellation with WSP? So at this point, we've all read Mr. Dilworth's letter, and so there's a resolution just to receive the letter. Councillor Clark, Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the letter dated December 8, 2020 from President Peter Dilworth on behalf of the Musquaby Area Community Association regarding concerns over the emergence of blue-green algae. All in favor? Carried. And very lastly is a minutes from the Personnel Committee, not much there. And so motion to receive. Councillor Clark and, sorry, I didn't look up, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the November 20th, 2020 Personnel and Administration Committee minutes. All in favor? Carried. And thank you for speeding things up. That's out of order. So 2 last things to read, which is confirmed proceedings of today. Mover, seconder. Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-82, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on December 15, 2020, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? That carries. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting held on December 15, 2020 at 3:43 p.m. All in favor? That carries. We are now adjourned. Thank you. I'm sorry if I rushed a few things. I tried not to. I tried to have full ability for everybody to speak, and those other reports will come back to our next council meeting. Pat and I are logging off and logging back into the county inaugural. You can join in, watch us on YouTube. Bye.